call the Board of Supervisors to order. May I have a roll call, please?
Supervisor Giomi?
Here.
Supervisor White?
Here.
Supervisor Jones? Supervisor Schutte?
Here.
Mayor Bagwell?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Is Pastor Kingman? Oh, over there. Thank you so much. Will you please lead us in the invocation? And you want the light, push it till and once and it'll be green.
Okay. All right.
Go.
Okay, let's pray. Father, thank you for this morning. Thank you that your mercies are new every day, that today is a gift, Lord. Thank you for our leaders. We ask that you give them wisdom and guidance as they discuss the items before them, Father. We ask for our city with COVID and everything that's happening, that you would move and give wisdom beyond what even we have here today, Lord, to know what to do and how to address this pandemic. Father, I pray you bring unity to the board. I pray you bring unity here in this room. And we ask that you would protect those who are serving our city, Father, the government workers, the medical responders, first responders, and those who work in the medical field, Father. Please be here today. Thank you so much for all that you do and all that you've done. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you so much. Lori, would you like to come up and lead us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 5, which is public comment. I'm going to start with those on the phone. Do we have anyone on the phone for public comment?
We do have one caller on the line. Okay. Caller, when you hear the 2 beeps, it'll be your turn for public comment. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, supervisors, staff, and members of the public. For the record, my name is Brenda Hunt. I'm the Carson City resident. I am calling in support of the funding requests in agenda item 12B, in particular, those that improve our city's ability to participate in healthy outdoor activities. Thank you for your time and consideration of these requests.
Thank you, Ms. Hunt. Do I have any further public comment that's come on the phone?
There are no other callers at this time.
Thank you. I'll now accept public comment. Come on up. Please sign in and then push the button once, or what you're looking for is green on your microphone. Thank you. And identify yourself for the record.
Perfect. Hello, my name is Will Adler, and I am representing Silver State Government Relations, and we are here on behalf of Rise and Sierra Well, the local dispensaries in town. Rise and Sierra Well and myself are here to comment specifically on agenda item 12E, which is with regards to the curbside policy in Carson City. Generally, curbside was created and is a policy around the availability of cannabis under the COVID crisis. We had to be outside the building. We had to have our social distancing. And we were told we could not be in the premises, but we also weren't told whether we were essential or not essential. So literally we made up in real time, and we came up with a policy to use the parking lots because the security status of them. Parking lots in the cannabis industry have to be registered. You have to have your spots in your special use permit. They have to be under your license. The spots have to be on camera at all times for the security of the customers. They had to make sure we see who's coming inside and outside our doors. So the idea was, if you had these security measures in place, we already mandate the security of our parking lots and the security cameras of the parking lots. You essentially could mandate the sales requirements of the indoors, outdoors. So that's how curbside was created, and why it was created was for the COVID requirements. Here in Carson today, we're speaking about the banning of a curbside measure. I hope to speak to that further at the agenda item about 12E, but I've submitted a proposal for, not a full ban, but sort of a understated what curbside could be in Carson, and sort of a acknowledgement of, what we want to see and what we'll, hopefully see in the future, to make sure curbside is something that is positive and does sort of fit the community going forward. So whether we go over that now or on the agenda item later, probably, I'd love to go through that with you guys further. But Essentially, it is an important piece of the business here. It is about a third of the business, and our community is benefiting from it, and our stores do appreciate providing that service. So look forward to continuing to do that forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. So good morning, Mayor and county leadership. My name is Kevin Siegel, and I represent Rise Green Thumb Industries. Green Thumb GTI operates more than 60 dispensaries across the U.S. At the end of this year, we'll have 9 locations in the state of Nevada. The reason I reference that is Rise is a sustainable, reputable, and a company focused on the highest level of compliance. As an organization, we will positively contribute to the communities we serve and support the businesses we neighbor. Since the inception of curbside service, we provided safe, convenient, expeditious experience for our customers. This component of our business has grown by customer choice to nearly 30% of our business. Our curbside provides to our valued customers an option that comes with a series of benefits. Specifically, it keeps their purchase confidential, allows our medical patients the same convenience they receive and expect from their pharmacy. Many of those patients are seniors and veterans that need this option for mobility restrictions. It increases the speed of our transactions, which prevents unnecessary parking lot congestion, which will potentially impact our business neighbors negatively. As I'm sure we all can agree, it also mitigates the transmission relative to COVID-19. The benefits are responsible and in the best interest of all involved. I just cannot see the termination of curbside, what it would solve for us and or for the community. We wish to continue to serve our customers curbside and as Will recommended, in a scaled down version that is convenient, efficient, and safe for all of our customers. I certainly appreciate the time and the support. Thank you, everybody.
So may I ask, just for the record, you're saying you're in concurrence then with submittals by Mr. Adler, and then did you also read the submittal by Sierra Wellness?
That's correct.
And so you're saying you would agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You else have any questions? Okay, go ahead.
Here at at Sierra Wellness, I'm the manager. I have been since the day we got to open for medical. Curbside for our business and for our customers has been an extremely an amazing experience for both. Why? It's a convenience, of course. We have trained them with COVID. That was a very scary time, and it still continues to be a very scary time. I was actually pretty shocked with the community and how they learned how to place an order online. Lots of them didn't have a computer, didn't have the access or the resources. We helped them with that by providing a kind of a how-to of how to place an order curbside, and they pick what time they come, so we know when they're coming. We have their packages ready. It has grown our business due to the fact because it's easy, it's fast. They could pick up on their way home. Nobody will ever be under 21 in the vehicle when the transaction, unlike when you have deliveries. We also do deliveries. I've personally been a delivery driver when we first had COVID and had to shut down everything. And I have seen children right behind the parent as I'm handing over the package to them. So it can be a little kind of both ways. I feel it's a little bit more controlled and a little bit more easier for curbside and to, excuse me, and to train our, customers, like, this is important. You can't have children in your vehicles. This is for you. We place it in the back seat, out of arm's length, in the trunk if they don't have a back seat, which that happens occasionally. But I have, and I will continue to, I used to work with, before COVID happened, the Carson High School. I would go and do an educational for the teachers and the parents, educating them on the products, on all the, what is flour, what is concentrates, what are cartridges. And I will give that to more schools in the Reno-Sparks area by going there and asking them if I can provide a little education for everybody. I did over the weekend, it was about 3 days worth, but I did have a little petition and have our customers kind of write down the reasons why they feel they use curbside. And I would love to share those with you guys if you'd like. It's about over 500. We're still punching away at it, but I appreciate you guys and your time in this, and I hope that we can meet, somewhere in the middle.
Thank you.
Anybody have any questions?
I have a quick question. Is it, what are a couple of the reasons, is that appropriate to ask right now?
Absolutely.
So what really stood out for you in terms of the reasons why curbside is beneficial?
Beneficial, it gives the customer at home kind of their own speed and their own time to kind of get to know what they want. They don't feel pressured. So they kind of, can call us, we have a call center, and ask us questions about the products as they're placing orders. But it kind of gives them their own speed and their own choice of what they want to buy. They don't feel pressured of like, hey, like upselling. A lot of them do feel that way when they do come into the stores because we're so passionate about the industry and the products that we carry that they kind of feel they may not be getting the benefit products that they could when they're at home.
Okay, so really the focus, it's the benefit product
Yes.
in terms of the
Yeah.
medical side of it.
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, for us specifically, we have a smaller parking lot. There's neighboring businesses that we respect and want to be good neighbors to. It does allow a faster speed of transaction, so during busier times, it's a faster turnover of customers, so it doesn't impede on the parking lot. If the customer had to park, it would grow the parking lot congestion and make, in my opinion, a safety issue, and impede on those neighboring businesses that would, during their prime time, create an unfortunate or a negative experience for their customers. For us, still, let's just be honest, there's still a stigma with cannabis with many folks. And some of our customers enjoy that privacy and that convenience of not having to be seen in the dispensary, of not having to go in and just simply grabbing their product and moving on. We also see a heavy volume of veterans and seniors and folks with ADA and disabilities that getting out of the vehicle, going and waiting in line and going into the business can be cumbersome. They can go through CVS, Walgreens, other pharmacies through a drive-through or through a curbside option, not ever get out of the vehicle. So it does provide to our veterans, our seniors, and folks with disabilities an option that they don't actually have to get out of the vehicle. Certainly COVID is a concern, right? They don't have to face other folks, but that aside, it's just a more convenient option for them to get their medicine and move on with, their day.
Right.
So the list for us seems responsible. We're using only a handful of spots that are right in front of the store from a security perspective, as will, and the group has referenced, they're under video surveillance. It's a very safe and effective process for us. And so, in my opinion, it just makes responsible sense.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Does anyone have any questions? Okay, thank you so very
You're
much.
welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. There you go.
Hello. Oh, good morning, Mayor,
Morning.
Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Monda Griffin. I am an employee of Sierra Wellness. I work as the delivery call center manager. So I book all deliveries and book the curbside portion of our business. Things that stand out for me. I thought it was brilliant that we went to curbside when we had our pandemic. It really did make ourselves as employees as well as customers feel more at ease and safer. They didn't have to engage as much. We had some walk-ins, but very limited, for windows, but they all wore masks. And seeing that and the cleanliness of it was just a really good step for safety, especially in the Carson area where we tend to deal more with seniors, I being one of them. The ability to not have to get out of your vehicle with a walker or a cane, or just because it is not in our generation, we didn't grow up with this, though it may be a choice. Some may not be comfortable going into a dispensary with a lot of young folks. It gives them a sense of being able to still be one-on-one with somebody who they can consult with and get their product in an easy manner and a safe manner without transmitting any diseases. It was just brilliant, and I applaud that very much for this county to do that. As booking curbside, we book every 15 minutes. So we have security and we have our booking so that we know and we chart exactly how many orders are in each time slot. so that we know we are not overbooking our parking lot. So we have total control and courtesy for our neighbors that are in our very small strip mall location. It's a very small location, and we try to be kind with our neighbors. And I think that's probably the biggest point for me is the safety and knowing that we have some sort of control on keeping both our employees as well as our customers safe. And because we're ramping up again, aren't we? That's a truism whether we like it or not. Being able to have the convenience of being able to help our neighbor by not overflooding our parking lots because we have control over that. We have a security system that makes sure, and cameras to make sure that we're not serving people underage, that we are compliant on all levels with that. You cannot show up with children in your car. It is a safe and wonderful environment. And it seems to work. And I would just really encourage you all to look at those facts and think about our curbside. It impacts our business as well. We have grown immensely because people are comfortable with us. And we, that's also a big statement. We would hate to lose another business in this county. We pay our taxes, and that puts money into the coffers all around. And it's good for the community, good for everyone. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Hi. Oh, good.
You're good.
I have a question.
Your name?
Nanette Perkins.
Thank you, Nancy.
And is this just talking about the curbside thing
No,
right
it's
now? It's
all
everything?
public comment on
Okay.
any items.
I came for 2 items and then I walked in on this. I do want to say that for this curbside thing, I got hit by a car on July 3rd in front of my house as a pedestrian. I flew over higher than the car, landed, and was unconscious, and I was bruised from head to toe. The pain meds are very bad for us. I almost died when I had a knee replacement because of it. And so I did get some CBD from Sierra Wellness because I just couldn't, the pain was just so intense. And it helped me to relax so that I could use just a portion of my pain meds, and then I was able to take them, and it was good. I could not walk. I could not stand. Standing was extremely painful. If you can allow people to be able to drive up and pick up something that might help them to survive through their day, I think that's a great idea. That's just something that I was listening to, and I wanted to share that with you because that CBD, I couldn't have done it without it. I really was in a lot of pain. Anyway, my other thing was about the pickleball courts I think you're going to be bringing up. A lot of people don't know what it is, but it's the fastest growing sport in the nation. And according to Sports and Fitness Industry Association, pickleball participation grew by a whopping 21.3% last year as Americans look for new ways to stay active during the pandemic. When it first started, I never heard of it. I thought that's a silly name. But I guess a couple people decided to start a new sport. They got some paddles and a net and a little ball, and then there was a dog named Pickle that kept running off with the ball, so they called it pickleball. That's what I read. I wasn't there. Anyway, it's a very healthy way. When I first started playing, it was like, oh my God, I lost my breath. I just thought, oh, I'm so out of shape. I'm going to die young. And within a short period of time of just playing and more and more and more, pretty soon I was playing 4 to 6 hours a day. And then I realized that I forgot I had another life. And so I had to cut myself back. It's very social. It's a great way for the community to get together. And when we traveled, we would look to see if there were places for pickleball. Otherwise, why would we go stay there if there's nothing fun for us to do, except for hiking? And sometimes you just can't do that either. Anyway, we have potlucks, we have events, and it's a great thing. And Dave Whitefield and Juana Beglin, they have done a great job to get everybody together to make these courts here at the community center for us. We really need more courts. Sometimes the Boys and Girls Club comes and they take over 3 of the courts, or the soccer comes in and they're taking over 6 of the courts, and then there's nothing for us to play with. So if you guys can do that, that would be awesome. I'd really love to see more, especially with the way that the community is growing with all these houses and thousands of more people coming in. There's just not going to be room for us. So we need something. So I appreciate that. The other thing I want to talk about, and the sheriff's here, so I'm glad he can hear. Yeah, no, we need your help. I was hit in front of my house. The guy said he turned his car to the right side of the road because of a speeding van. I live on Sneddon Way and off of Carmine, Sherman, Bunch Way, all those places. I can stand in my yard and I can hear people revving their engines, peeling out, tearing butt down the road. And there's a lot of kids. I have wonderful elderly neighbors walking their little old fifis, and I don't want to see anybody get hit. If it had been my neighbor's 11-year-old kid that was out there, which he is out there, he would have been dead. Instead, it was me. Thankfully, I'm bigger and stronger and have a lot more weight to cushion my fall, I guess. But I'm just saying, there's a major problem. I've been asking for help and asking for patrols. We have a lot of shade trees. I'm like, fill out your reports on our street. Just sit there in the shade and do your reports. Let's be seen. Let's put in speed bumps, please. Something. Do something to help us stay safe in our neighborhood. I know it's not just my neighborhood, but we're really bad. I lived there 10 years ago. I just moved back, and it's way worse. It's unbelievable how bad it is with these speeders going up and down the street. I went around last night, and I knocked on doors because I just found out about this meeting yesterday. And I talked to at least 20 people, and not a single one said, oh, no, they're no problem. They all said, oh, my God, I hate it. I don't feel safe with my children. It's really bad, and we really need some help. So if you guys can come up with some way, I'd really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Not just me. I'll bring more people next time.
That's okay. Thank you. Sure.
Good morning, Jim Shirk. Since you all have name tags, so do I now. Regarding today's consent agenda, the board will again approve this as they do every meeting. They do so without first discussing how today's total sum of $1,122,700.04 will be spent. The board should openly discuss all agenda items to disclose to the citizens how their tax dollars are being spent. The consent agenda bypasses the citizens' rights to know. Agenda item 12D will prohibit the licensing of cannabis, or weed as it's better known, consumption lounges as a business in Carson City. I have seen a picture of the mayor in the bank saloon sitting at the bar with a drink in front of her, which can only promote alcohol lounges, which seems to be okay with the mayor. Citizens all know that alcohol consumption leads to numerous deaths and injuries. This board has no justification for opposing cannabis lounges. Agenda item 16B, basically this is about 400 feet versus 400 feet and 2 inches. Today, this should be interesting how this 2 inches will affect how this board votes. These 2 inches must be certified by an independent third-party surveyor, and there must be the proper paperwork showing verification for these all-important 2 inches. Agenda item 17A, Carson City roadway funding and repair needs. As everyone knows, it is the same as it ever was. This agenda item should have been placed on the consent agenda that the board constantly approves. Then this would have avoided the useless presentation that will take place later today. I haven't looked up the sheriff's pay increase that this board approved, but I'm sure that because the sheriffs risk their life protecting our community on a daily basis, that their pay increase matches the $7,000 pay increase the board gave the city manager. I want to remind the board that this September 11th is the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 tragedy that occurred in the United States of America. And Carson City should honor those whose life was lost that day. It will be interesting to see if Guy Farmer will again leave the event when everyone is asked to bow their head in prayer as he has done previously. To know how the board member votes on every agenda item at every meeting, a citizen must either A, watch the meeting, B, watch a tape of the meeting, Or C, go through the entire minutes of the meeting. Because this board serves the public, there should be a separate posting on the city website of how each supervisor votes on all agenda items for all meetings. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Question? No, thank you. Do I have any further public comment? Come on up. While he's signing in, if there's anyone else, just so that you know, public comment is taken on any item at this time. So I just want to make sure, unless you're a party to the actual item, public comment is now. So just in case you were thinking you can do it later, you need to do it now. Go ahead. Whoops, if you, yep,
Turned it off.
there
Oh,
you
okay.
go. Green,
For the
green
record, my
means
name is
go.
Craig Davis. I've lived in the Carson City area for about 40 years. Currently, I'm retired. And my concern is affordable potable water. My understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that significant number of the wells here are contaminated with arsenic, and I believe it's selenium. So we have purchased water from Douglas County to help blend that, is my understanding. And my concern is, climatic conditions, consumption's up. Summer, the watering season's lasting longer. We're using a lot more water. We've brought a lot more people into this community. And the average temperature doesn't help things. And, I've read a number of the wells, not just here, through, over in the California. Wells are going dry. Businesses are in jeopardy. And to make things possibly worse, I'm sure the consumption in Douglas County is going up and up and up. If there comes a point when they call Carson City and say, well, the supplemental water that we promised you is no longer going to be available. We've obligated it. What is the city going to do to offset that loss of water? We're not going to get it from Tahoe because that opens a whole can of worms. Any surrounding area isn't going to forfeit their water because water is life. Without water, all things you talk about here mean nothing. And I'm just concerned that we will have affordable water. And typically, the way it works, you ask for voluntary conservation. That achieves a certain level. And when it doesn't meet what we may need, then we have rate increases. People pay attention to rate increases, and that achieves greater conservation. But as most everything, our low-income residents suffer the worst. If rates go up, the rates for everyone, including renters, because the landlord is going to increase the rental amount. And given the climatic conditions and what's going on, there's nothing you can discuss here that has more importance than the availability of potable drinking water and the cost. And I haven't read much, recently. And this is anyway, my opinion, we got two choices. We can kind of treat the water here if that's possible. I don't know, if we can put temporary treatment plants and then where to dispose of the waste. Maybe more meaningful. Well, my other thought was basically to build an aqueduct, meaning Sisolak and the governors of these other western states get together and say, look it, this is life and death. Money isn't an issue. We have to have water. and bring something, and I don't know where from east of here, where they seem to always have a surplus of water, bring that aqueduct down to 80, take 80 all the way to Sacramento, because on 80, they've got the right-of-ways to put the pumping stations and the power and the work crews and to start on that trench. I'll shut up.
No.
But I am worried about potable water.
Thank you.
And,
Again,
the
think we
thing
all
is,
do.
we don't have the benefit of
Right.
time.
Right.
Okay, that concludes my comments,
thank you.
for what it's worth. All righty.
No, nothing to be apologizing for. That's what this time is for. Mhm. Do I have any further public comment? His sign. Okay. No further public comment? Last time? Okay, then we're going to move on to agenda, thank you all very much. We're going to move on to agenda item number 6, which is approval of our minutes of July 1. There's a correction in the numbering at the very back for the items. If there's no other corrections, I'll accept a motion. Supervisor Giomi?
I move to approve the Board of Supervisors meeting minutes for July 1, 2021 as corrected.
I second.
I have a motion and a second for approval of the July 1, 2021 minutes as corrected. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. We're going to move on now to a special presentation, the proclamation. Did your other person arrive? Yes. Oh, are they here in the room? Yes. Oh, perfect.
Hi. This is great. All right, so this is a proclamation, whereas breastfeeding is recommended by the United States Surgeon General, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American College of, oh boy, all of the powers to be in the world indicate that this is proper. I'm like, that is a long list. Whereas the United States Breastfeeding Committee declares August National Breastfeeding Awareness Month and celebrates World Breastfeeding Week, August 1 through the 7th, to promote continuity of care for families each step of their feeding journey. And whereas human milk is easily digested and contains antibodies passed from the mother to the infant and to help protect against illness and allergies. And whereas human milk is a safe infant feeding choice during COVID-19, the pandemic, and contains antibodies passed from mother to infant, which protect against infection from COVID-19. Now, therefore, I, Lori Bagwell, Mayor of Carson City, Nevada, do hereby proclaim August as Breastfeeding Awareness Month. Carson City supports continued research and education to promote breastfeeding as a high priority to improve the health of infants, children, and women in our community. I think there was just a piece of legislation that was also done that indicated we had to make room in our courthouses. So I know that Carson City is working on that too to promote this. So it's a perfect timing. And you want to say anything about it?
No, I just wanted to introduce, we have 3 WIC people. One is on vacation. And I just want to introduce Holland Chambers. She has just started with our WIC in May. And she works between, we have a clinic down in Gardnerville and we have one here in Carson City. So she works between both clinics. And then we have Heather Kabaka, and I probably said that wrong because I do every time. And she's been with us for 5 years and also just received your nutritional therapist practitioner certification. And so we're excited about that, and then we also have Hazel Ruiz that has been with us for, I think she's on her 13th year. And so very dedicated staff. They do wonderful work. We always have a goal each year of increasing breastfeeding by 2%. They've met that for the last 2 years. In fact, in one category, saw a 5% increase. So that's exciting, and we're going to continue the work, and they're very dedicated and very happy to have them. Do you guys have anything to say?
Maybe I can just ask in general, so what percentage actually breastfeed in the first place? I mean, you're increasing it by 2 or 5%, but where's our starting point?
I is saying it's over 80%.
That's
It's over
that's
80%
wonderful.
that-
Wonderful.
That marked at least that first week.
You guys want to open that? Maybe the other board members, I'm kind of liking an idea here. If you just step behind, you can be in the picture with us. I think it's important. The proclamation is on behalf of the entire board. Yeah. But I'm thinking it's an easier potential backdrop. We've been.
You need to get over here too.
And no bunny ears, everyone, no bunny ears.
We're gonna try this picture methodology. Oh, see, I just thought of that.
Wait, I can see Nancy though.
Of course. We love you.
Yeah, tough, huh? Get out. Thank you so much. I think it, just don't know why I didn't think of that before. Well, sometimes. Okay, thank you so much. Give them just a moment to exit there, and we're gonna move on to our consent agenda. I've had a request to pull 10F. Is there anyone else that wanted to specifically hear an agenda item?
I want to pull 12B.
12B is in boy?
Right.
That's not on consent. Item 12 will be is a regular agenda item.
None on consent.
So it's, oh, wait, 12 or 10? What?
No, 12.
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat?
12.
Well, so yes.
12 isn't on consent, so we will be
Okay.
happy to address that individually.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, so no one else wanted an item from consent pulled, so we will, I'll accept a motion. Supervisor Giomi?
Yeah, I move to approve the consent agenda consisting of item 8A, 8B, Health and Human Services 9A, Purchasing Contracts 10A, 10B, 10C, 10D, 10E, 10G, and that would be it, as presented.
Do I have a second? Supervisor White with a second. Supervisor Schutte, you have a question?
I actually have a comment, and I'm happy to comment after the vote.
Okay,
So I just wanted to let you know.
okay, thank you. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Okay, we will now, sorry.
Oh, so my quick comment. So I just wanted to speak for a minute to the comment about the consent agenda. As you just saw, if there is an item on the agenda that needs more discussion or there's questions or concerns, we can pull it and discuss it. And in this process of learning about the consent agenda and how it works, I've gone in and asked questions. Well, why isn't this a regular agenda item? Why is it on the consent? And perhaps it's a yearly budgetary issue. It is part of the normal procedure. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Consent agenda items aren't just being glossed over. There really is a method to this, but if there's ever an issue that people are struggling with or don't understand why it's on there, then we absolutely can pull it and discuss it. So I just wanted to get that out there.
Thank you so much. So at this time now, we're going to discuss item 10F, which is concerning a contract for repair and preventative maintenance services at our Carson City landfill. Mr. Cooley? I believe Mr. White has some questions on this particular item. Go ahead, Mr. White.
So, first of all, I want to apologize for my very late timing on this particular issue. A lot of balls in the air this week. So I noticed in the agenda title, it says that the landfill operates 7 pieces of Caterpillar equipment.
I notice in the list of equipment, there's 12 pieces listed. So is that a typo? What are we doing in regards to either 7 or 12?
For the record, Rick Cooley, Operations Manager for Public Works. There are, the 9 pieces have CAT engines in them. The other 3 do not. So we have them include them in their PM service list to where if timing works out and whatnot, we have them perform those services also.
Okay. I notice on the what's included on the list, there's an item called PM support. That's $150 for every service. What does that PM support consist of?
And I'm not going to be able to answer that right now, unfortunately, Supervisor. I'd have to get with the foreman and find out what that is. I don't know right off.
And also, with this being at $150,000, I'm curious how much of that is labor and how much of that is the product that is being supplied during the maintenance periods.
Don't have the breakdown because it's going to vary. And this is not only PM services, it's also repairs. So like we had rear final in our compactor had to get replaced last year to the tune of about $62,000. Probably roughly 2/3 of that was parts and a third was in labor. And it also depends on whether, some of these things can't be repaired in the field. As you know, we don't have a shop out in the landfill. So some of these things we'll have a vendor come in, pull it apart. We will ship it to save on shipping and things like that. We'll load it onto a transport. We'll ship it up to Cashman's shop, Arnold's shop, whoever we need to, and have the repairs done. So it really varies. If you look over, we can get a breakdown of, on an average, what our parts versus labor is, but it really varies depending on what the issue is.
Okay. What you just said there, you had a major failure, but this contract is for preventative maintenance. And in fact, it says in here, there's nothing in outside normal PM will be performed under this contract. So now I'm even more confused.
It should say repair and maintenance.
PM trucks are not equipped to perform all services listed in the OMM and are not intended to be an alternative to field repair services.
Okay, you're talking about down in the description, but in the actual title, it talks about, I'm looking at the contract title.
Yeah, that's in the proposal sent from Cashman, what I just read.
Well, yeah, but the actual, that's, yeah, and that's included to get the rate sheet for PM, for their PM services, but there's also repair and maintenance that happens throughout the year under this contract.
Yeah, 'cause
Under this contract and other contracts. Don't be mistaken that we sole source everything to Cashman, because that's not the case.
Right, because it does say provide repair and preventive maintenance services, but if you read the Cashman proposal,
I see what
the
you're
way
saying.
I read it, it specifically excludes repair services.
Gotcha, and that's not the case. That's not the case. This is the attachment that's here that has the listings of the various PM services is the PM side. There's also the repair side.
Yeah, but I did read that right off of Cashman's proposal.
Okay.
PM trucks are not equipped to perform all services listed in the OMM and are not intended to be alternative to field repair services. So.
Okay.
Can I just comment? The way I read that is to say that their preventive maintenance vehicles are not equipped to perform repair services. That's how I read that. So when I read that, all I understood it to say is that their PM trucks can't do repair and maintenance. They can only do PM.
Right.
Not that Cashman can't do it, just
Correct.
that those PM trucks can't do it.
Correct.
When I read that, that's how I read it.
So on, I guess, page 133 of our paperwork, exclusions. Any scheduled or unscheduled repairs except what is included in this CBA.
Where are we going?
Potentially what would be helpful, if you can point us in the contract to the provision for the repair service versus the attachment A, which is designating the PM services. So where in the contract is your authority for repairs, for something that's broken down? I think, if I can paraphrase a little, that's what you're looking for, because the way we read the exhibit,
Right.
that deals with the preventative maintenance and what are you gonna charge me for the planned activities. But
Gotcha.
where is your authority that you have done with them, that it's a time and material on a call out for a broken part, an unplanned maintenance?
Right.
And I guess I'm gonna agree that where is it in the body of the contract if it's not called out in the exhibit?
What's that?
And this could be an item, if you'd like. I have no problem with moving this on the agenda to give you an opportunity to just clarify, to make sure that the title and the activity that we're gonna do match up. And you can give me a high sign or whatever, and we'll break back in. Does that seem more efficient, unless your eagle eye over there is gonna go, it's right here. He might. He goes, oh, wait a second, it's on page, blah, blah, blah.
Well, and that's what I was looking at is before commencing with performance of any services under this contract, contractor shall obtain all necessary permits. No, that's not.
Well, Rick's looking that up. If I may, Lucia Maloney, Transportation Manager. The section of the contract inclusions has a line that says PM support includes, and this is related to Supervisor White's earlier comment about what does PM support include. That's the cost to get the loop truck out there, the travel, the grease, the contamination control, the vision leak, the condition monitoring, and the CVA controller.
Okay.
Just for the record.
So I'll point you to what is bothering me, just
Okay.
in the contract construction, not what you're trying to accomplish.
Right.
If you look on page 1 of 16, for those in the audience or listening, page 116 of our packet, it indicates that the contractor shall provide and perform the following services set forth in Exhibit A. I do not see another line that authorizes your on-call repair
Gotcha.
services.
Gotcha.
And so it may just be the technicality, and I can ask the DA's office for a comment here that the title properly indicated that repair services, but should this contract itself be amended to say as set forth in Exhibit A and needed on-call repair? So do we need to take this off and bring it back, or let them have a chance and you a chance to look at this?
Well, Mayor, I think that's a great question. I mean, it's always a good idea to have as much clarification as possible in a governing document such as this, to the extent that we're first asking about the appropriateness of the scope of the title on the agenda. That's fine. It captures the essence of what's trying to be accomplished right here. However, I do also note, as discussed on the record, that perhaps the exhibit that's attached to the contract doesn't exactly mirror what the agenda title contemplates. Now, that
Gotcha.
being said, however, if Public Works staff wants to take a little bit of time, as we proceed with today's agenda, if they can identify another line or another clause in that exhibit that is attached to the contract that we have not seen right now, I think it's fine for us to proceed forward. However, if we have a missing piece of that exhibit, it's probably better for us to get that included, to have that contract amended before this board approves it.
Okay.
So what we're gonna do is just table this item for now, and you give me a high sign if you'd like me to bring it back up.
Will do.
Otherwise, we'll re-agendize it and bring it back. So you just let me know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? or
Anything
was that it?
else that he needs to
Okay.
address in that?
You got it.
Thank you, Mr. Cooley. Okay, now we're gonna move on to agenda item 12A, which is our treasurer. Come on up, Zach. excuse me, I know him, Treasurer. Yeah, I was gonna say, you can get away with Lori. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, Board of Examiners. Thanks so much for having me today. I am Board of Supervisors, excuse me. I'm Zach Conine. I have the pleasure of being your Nevada State Treasurer, and I appreciate you all taking the time today because we want to talk a little bit about what the state's process is going to be to spend the $6.7 or so billion that have come into our coffers over the last couple of weeks through the American Rescue Plan. We believe we have an unprecedented opportunity to create the Nevada we deserve. At the end of the legislative session, legislative leadership, the governor and myself put out something called the Every Nevadan Recovery Framework. And the idea there was to set up a set of principles and priorities that could help us with this unprecedented amount of money that was coming in. We think an unprecedented amount of money deserves an unprecedented response, and that means more collaboration, more cooperation, and a little bit more intentionality as to the spend. A little bit of background, and I think we all know this, but H.R. 1319, the American Rescue Plan Act, signed by the President on March 11th, includes nearly $2 trillion worth of aid, around 100 separate programs. As of 7/23, we knew about 62 programs out of 100, how much funding was coming in from those 62 programs. We now know that there's 105 programs. We continue to find new programs as they get released, and that gets important because of the complexity of the work that's in front of us, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. Nevada's share, known funding. This totals about $6.7 billion. We've got, it looks like we've got some cell reference issues there, but I can go through it real quick. State general aid is 2.7. That's the money that was wired to me on June 4th. That blue category right next to it, the dark blue category, that's $1.04 billion, and that represents the money that's going to cities, non-entitlement units, and counties. I believe Carson City is getting something around the $10 million range from that. They'll be split into two tranches. It's the other buckets, which represent about $2.9 billion, that I think a lot of us perhaps haven't spent a ton of time thinking about, and those are the other programs. So in those 105 programs, one of those programs is the state aid. One of those programs is the local aid, and the other 103 programs do all sorts of different things, including food assistance, higher education. That light blue number you can't see is $1.1 billion for K through 12 education, and you can see the others. There's a lot of money in a lot of different programs. That aid falls mostly into three buckets. Now, this doesn't include the money that went directly to residents of Nevada in the form of the stimulus payments, which is about $3.7 billion into the state, the child tax credit, which recently started flowing, the additional federal pandemic unemployment compensation, or the $300 a week that expires on September 6th, or the buy downs in the exchange. So this is just money that's coming into the state and locals where we have some level of control. Some is non-discretionary. Those are plus-ups for existing programs. There's nothing to really do there. We can say not to take the money, but we should know that that money is coming in as we plan to spend the other money. There's quasi-discretionary aid. That's things like rental assistance. So here in Carson City, of course, your rental assistance program is run through the state and the Rural Housing Authority. They've done a heck of a job getting that money out. We had some choices to make along the way. So we decided, for instance, to make sure that money went directly to landlords as opposed to going to tenants and then through the tenant to the landlord. That was a choice that the state had, quasi-discretionary. But we didn't have the choice to say spend that money on something that wasn't rental assistance. And then finally, discretionary aid. Those are the buckets that function the most like cash. There are still rules around them. We are the government, after all. There are hundreds of pages of rules around them, but we have a lot more flexibility. In the Every Nevadan Recovery Framework, we first set up 4 bands of prioritization, and this speaks to something that's come up in a lot of these meetings, and I expect something that you all are thinking about a lot. How do you balance the needs of the right now with the needs of the city and the county and the state in the long term? And so we look at it from the person, then out to the family or community, then to the economy, and then to quality of life. And when I talk about quality of life, I mean fixing some of those long-term systemic problems that we've dealt with. There's a line that I like a lot, the governor doesn't like as much, which is when the tide goes out, you can see who's wearing a swimsuit. And I think during the pandemic, we certainly found that there were some government systems, the UI system, for instance, the unemployment insurance system, that simply were not up to the task. And so we want to make sure to prioritize the fixing of systems like that using these funds so that next time there's a crisis, we find ourselves in a better place. We also set up priorities for strategic enhancement. These might seem broad, they're intended to be. And that's a sandbox to exist in that talks about the importance of increasing access to healthcare and community-based systems, strengthening public education, revitalizing small businesses and the economy. You can see effectively it's a pretty broad list. Now, in order to do this, the direction from the White House and from the Treasury at the federal level has been very clear. They want us to get an unprecedented amount of stakeholder involvement. They want us to not just say, here's why we're spending the money, but to say, here's what our residents said, here's the problem we're trying to solve, here's how we think we're going to solve the problem, what it looks like when we're done, and then at the end to say, here's what worked and here's what didn't. And to scope from a timeline perspective when this money needs to be spent. For the most part, dollars need to be allocated by December 31st of 2024. They need to be spent by December 31st of 2026. That doesn't mean we need to wait until the end of 2026 to spend the money, but it does show the intentionality that's being called for, right? They're not expecting us to get this money and immediately push it out. That's not what the funds are for. So step one in that process is our statewide listening tour, the Nevada Recovers listening tour. The governor and I and some members of the legislature and the federal delegation kicked that off 2 days ago now. It's all sort of one day for me, sorry. But 2 days ago now down in Las Vegas. And we're going to have 75 events in 75 days, ranging from conversations like this to conversations in places like Winnemucca, West Wendover. We'll probably go by jigs and try to catch shift change all around the state to find out what problems people have and how this money can go to solve them. We're taking in feedback in two main ways. One is specific ideas, and sometimes our nonprofit partners come to the table, for instance, and say, hey, I do this type of work. If I had a new facility, I could increase capacity by about 50%. We're under capacity right now by 75%, so that'll give us a lot of the way there. Here's the architectural plans. Here's what it would cost, right? Here's the project. And sometimes we have residents and citizens coming up and saying things like, I live too far away from healthcare. They don't know how to solve it, but it's a problem for them. And we want to identify both because we know that in step two, which I'll get to in a second, we'll be able to resource those problems and come up, take ideas and actually make them into solutions. Additionally, we're getting qualitative information from folks that helps to show priorities, right? Maybe someone doesn't have a specific problem they're trying to solve, but they do have something like, I care more about healthcare than I do about K through 12. I care more about K through 12 than I do about higher education, more about higher education than food insecurity or whatever. And so we want to get that sort of information to help guide the prioritization of that money. After that 75-day tour, we hope to have a lot of ideas. We already have a couple of hundred so far. We encourage folks to go to nevadarecovers.com where there's actually a little form you can fill out. Every idea starts as a form, including mine, governor's, and everybody else. Step two, listening tour input is collected and summarized into a comprehensive roadmap. Now here's where some of the magic happens. Now we know that we're going to get ideas. We also know that we're going to get probably 10 ideas that are very, very similar, slightly different. We know we're going to get ideas, some that fall within the guidance, some that don't, some that are possible under the laws of the state or our constitution, some that aren't, right? We just know that that's how ideas are going to come in. So in the second process, we actually resource those ideas using stakeholders that know more about whatever that topic is than perhaps we do, and industry experts, and outside resources, consultants who can come in and help us take, from a policy perspective, all of those ideas and make them into plans. And we'll do it by subject matter. So for instance, all the housing ideas will exist together and they'll be able to be ranked and discussed and worked into one cohesive plan, as opposed to 30 different housing plans. We want one housing plan with 30 different ideas in it, right? Additionally, that's where the mapping takes place, where we take that 105 buckets and we attach them to those ideas, because some of those buckets are very specific. We're getting $84,000 to prevent elder abuse, $162,000, give or take, to help with paratransit, right? We want to make sure we spend those dollars, which means we have to make sure that we connect whatever the idea is with the bucket that makes the most sense. The metaphor I've been using a lot, and it's a little simplistic, I apologize, is it's like we have 105 pools of money, but really we have 2 pools of cash and 103 gift cards. And we need to make sure if we're in the store that takes the gift card that we spend the gift card before we spend the cash. A problem that my drawer full of gift cards would tell you I'm not always great at, but we're getting better. After that, we do step 3. We finalize the roadmap. The state goes forward, designing new programs, implementing things that will be funded through ARP. Step 1 will take 75 days. We're on day 3 of it. Step 2 will take about the same amount of time, maybe a little bit longer. Some ideas will move faster because they will be so obvious, so necessary. The DETR system, the unemployment system that I mentioned before, that was actually approved during the legislative session out of this money. We did not believe we needed to go all around the state and talk to folks to figure out that the DETR system needed to be fixed, right? I think everyone probably statewide would agree that that's a good use of funds. Now, why are we doing the listening tour? A couple of reasons. One, it informs our spending priorities because we talk to the communities that have been hit hardest by COVID and talk to them about specifically what can be done to make their community better. We don't believe this decision should be made, as much as we like Carson City, in a back room in Carson City with the governor and myself and 4 or 5 of our legislative colleagues. We think this decision should be made by as many people as possible. Number 2, allows local governments in the state to not duplicate efforts and coordinate. We saw this a lot during the money that came in through the CARES Act, right, during 2020, the coronavirus relief funds. Because everyone was moving quickly, we would put out multiple programs that in some ways were duplicative. At the beginning of the rental assistance process, certainly down in Southern Nevada, there were 4 or 5 rental assistance programs running at the same time, all of which had administrative costs, right? So you end up having a less effective use of those funds. Plus, it's confusing. On the business side, our office ran a program called PETS, the Pandemic Emergency Technical Support Grant Program, $100 million, largest program in state history. But that also was met with 5 or 6 other programs around the state in different cities and counties. NACO had one that were small business support programs. Some of those programs, by applying for one, you would end up becoming ineligible for the other, right? And so we ended up creating burdens for our small businesses that just made it harder. We want to make things easier. The more coordination we do, the better. Now, with that said, we don't have any control over your money. You don't have any control over our money. But if we're talking a lot, we're hopeful that we can avoid some of those things and find places where perhaps there'd be something that Carson City was going to do that the state was also thinking about doing, and we can avoid duplicating those efforts. Broadband's a great example. We don't need a broadband plan in every one of our 17 counties. We do need a broadband plan. And so if we can all coordinate together and put together one plan that brings broadband to everyone in Nevada, that will no doubt be more cost effective than if we have 17 plans to bring broadband to 17 counties. Finally, it provides an opportunity to capture ideas and issues that may be unallowed under guidance, but eligible for funding through other programs. We have $6.7 billion between the cities, the counties, the state, and those 103 other buckets. We also have a potential American Jobs Plan, which as of yesterday's announcement would bring $2.5 billion into the state of Nevada for roads and bridges and things we all like. And we've got the State Infrastructure Bank, which we passed during the legislative session, which is $75 million and soon to be a lot more of capital. We have different pools of capital. Sometimes what we run into with our community partners is there is an idea that has existed in the idea stage for a long time, and it's never gotten past that because the cost to move it from idea to plan is something. And when they talk to folks, hey, could we get this funded if we get it to a plan? The answer is no. There's no money there. So they never take it from the idea. It never goes from a good idea into a shovel-worthy project. Here we have an opportunity to use federal funds in order to make those ideas shovel-worthy projects. And so even if the idea ends up not being allowable under this guidance, and when I say this guidance, I mean all of the guidance that those 105 projects have. For an example, the $2.7 billion and the $10 million or so that you guys are going to get has 150 pages of interim final rule, which by definition is not the final rule. 40 pages of FAQs that have been amended 12 times since they were released on May 17th, right? So there is a lot here, and we think it's important not to spend time trying to figure out, does my idea fit into the guidance, but instead to spend the time to say, does my idea help our community, and how? Listening tour, as we discussed, 75 days, some events that are going to be based on geography. We're in a place. Come talk to us about what it is you need. Some that'll be community groups, the Rotaries, the churches, the chambers, the union groups, et cetera, folks that can bring people together, and then around the 7 priorities. So we'll have conversations that are specific to housing, specific to job placement, specific to economic development, and the rest. A couple of things to remember. We need your input. There are public forums, like I mentioned. I know we might seem a little bit form happy, but every idea starts with a form. And the intention there is to make sure that it is deeply transparent. So if there's something I'm trying to get done because I think it's important, I've submitted a form. If there's something the governor's trying to get done, he has submitted a form. If there's something that the Supreme Court is trying to get done, Justice Hardesty, Chief Justice Hardesty is submitting a form so that we can track all the way through, here's where the idea came from, Here's how it grew and changed. Here's the feedback that we received on it in these public meetings. And here's why we decided to do it or not do it, right? We want to get that whole piece because that's important, not just from reporting to the federal government, but it's important from a government transparency perspective, right? $6.7 billion, you want to make sure it goes to things that it should go to, and you want to make sure you know why. Number two, don't self-censor. And this gets back to the information around the buckets. It is impossible for any person, and I've spent more time reading the guidance than I think probably anyone in the state outside of my team who's read it more than I have, to have a full understanding of how this is all going to work from a federal approval perspective. It's not worth trying. Tell us what you need, tell us how you would fix it, and then we can all work together to find the bucket of money that it can go best to. Share the message. The more people who know about this, the better. I know there are some people who are here today who have great ideas. We hope to get their feedback. There are people who are watching at home who have great ideas. We hope to get their feedback, but they also have friends and neighbors and other folks who don't typically interact with the government, and we'd like them to. And last, just ask questions, right? Where this is going to be a collaborative process. We're going through it for quite some time, so please don't hesitate to reach out. There's some information on the board and in those links, my email address, as well as some guidance from the federal government, and happy to take any questions.
Supervisor Giomi, question?
Yes, thank you, and thank you for taking your time to come join us today. And I really, this is, it's kind of unprecedented that we're getting this opportunity on a statewide basis. So thanks to you, thanks to the governor and the legislature, and those of you who are involved with it, because I think it's the way government should work, and it's great to see that we're actually doing the right thing. I say we, but I mean you. I have one comment, one question. It really hit home with me, that comment you made about, someone has an idea and they've had that idea linger for years, and they can't get that idea to that shovel-ready point because there's so many good ideas that can't make that leap because it costs money to get that first step. Not a lot, but sometimes those ideas just can't move past that point. So that really hit home with me. So that is particularly poignant. Secondly, do you see, this is probably, maybe you don't have an answer for this yet, but do you see things working sort of in competitive grants among nonprofits, for instance, or do you think it's going to be direct to certain nonprofits? I guess, how do you sort of see that whole thing working? And it may be way too early for you to even answer that.
Thanks for the question, Supervisor. And I will correct you a little bit at the beginning. It is we, right? Okay. So if we're able to do this effectively, it's going to be everybody coming together, coming up with ideas, helping to bring your community to a place where they're willing to participate in the process, because it's going to be a lot of work. So I thank you in advance for that. On the second piece, I think you're going to see some of both, right? So there's going to be some projects that come in on their own, and they are projects. One of the things that I think is most likely, because we've gotten a number of pieces of feedback on this already, and I think it makes sense, is the idea of doing some amount of block granting for nonprofits that they could apply for, but not having every single nonprofit idea go through the framework itself, right? Just from a mechanics perspective. So to say, okay, well, of this 6.7, here's a piece of that money as we get through the process that is available for nonprofits, and then using a block grant process to put it out. We're desperately trying not to create more work for nonprofits and other businesses, so we want to make sure we take some of the successes that we got from PETS and some of the other programs that have been effective on getting money out the door quickly and repeat them. So I think it'll be a little bit of both, right? And I also think, some of it's going to depend on dollar amount. If there's a whole bunch of community groups that come together and they each need, $250,000 million here or there, that's going to be better handled through a sub process and a block grant than if there's, a facility that's $50 or $100 million somewhere.
And do you know, as my final question, Madam Mayor, will this be similar to CDBG projects where it will require Davis-Bacon compliance, or do you even know the answer to that yet?
We don't know yet, and some of that's going to depend on what the source of funds is, right? So we don't just have the ARP funds, but there's the funds associated with the State Infrastructure Bank, which may or may not have those restrictions depending on where they come from. We've got funds associated with the American Jobs Plan, which may or may not have those restrictions based on where they come from, right? I can tell you that one of the focuses of these is to make sure that we put people back to work, good paying, high paying jobs, and so that'll obviously be part of that. The quantitative discussion around which projects to fund.
Sure. All right. Thank you, sir.
Of course.
Supervisor Shudi?
Thank you so much for the presentation and really thought-provoking. Your comment on intentionality, I just think that's so incredibly important, and I really appreciate this because through collaboration and through speaking with throughout the state, we can really focus on that. How do we spend this money in the most productive and useful way? So it led me to the 4 bands of prioritization and that quality of life, the fixing long-term systemic problems. I really see that tying into Nevadans' basic needs. I really see that as an overlap in that many of the problems lead to basic needs not being met, which then ties into what Supervisor Giomi just spoke about, then the role of nonprofits in that collaboration, because it's such an important partnership. So I just really appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate the effort to not duplicate efforts. And so, thank you.
Thank you. And to that point, I think that's the sort of conversation that you all have to have a lot at the Carson City level, right? Do you spend money on your fire department, or do you spend money retrofitting buildings with sprinklers? You can't not do either. You have to do both. But if we are able to build some of the systemic change into this that we want to, the next time we have a crisis, there will be less need for emergency support because the support exists. If we had spent money on the UI system 20 years ago, right, or the last time we had a crisis or the crisis before that, it would have been in a better place, and we would have had fewer Nevadans who needed access to emergency support because they would have had access to the support that was supposed to be there.
So I just, in general, your tour is 75 days. That's great. When do you think that you'll actually be producing some of the master plans? One of them that you suggested was broadband. We have in our plan reserving $1 million for broadband, assuming that there'll be match programs and ways in which we can leverage together to accomplish our community. Because I'm second guessing, I could be wrong, that you're not going to have enough money to just say at the state level, we can do all the broadband needs, unless you're going to tell me that so I can take our $1 million out and do something else with it. But that's really what this is about, right? And I appreciate that you don't want to duplicate efforts, because we've worked extremely hard on our plan too, to say, some people are going, Lori, put this in. Nope, I can get that money over here and get it in that pot, and this one is available. So when do you anticipate you'll have some framework?
So I think different frameworks are going to go faster based on the availability of existing plans, also based on need, right? So something that reaches into that first category, that Nevada's basic need, if there is something that needs to be done right now, that obviously moves faster than if there's a project that, we've been putting off for 20 years and want to make sure we really get right. I think broadband is one that is more baked. I also think that there's dollars that potentially, almost assuredly, are going to come in through the American Jobs Plan, and understanding how that works over the next 30 to 60 days, looking at my policy guy, gives us a better idea so that we can create a whole package. Because I do expect there's going to be dollars that are available directly, dollars that may be available as part of a match, some things that are going to come in through the state level, and we want to make sure to work with the state's Office of Science and Information Technology, or OSIT, who has a comprehensive broadband fix plan, but needs to work with others to figure out where the funding is going to come from, right? That's kind of where we step in. So on a timeline perspective, we're going to do a listening tour for 75 days. That doesn't mean that we're not paying any attention to the things that are coming out of the listening tour during the 75 days. And I think it's a fair assumption that creating some broadband equity across the state will be an outcome of this work, right? There is money specifically for it. There are buckets for broadband that we can't spend on rental assistance, and we can't spend on affordable housing or anything else. So that money is going to go towards broadband. So I think we can start having those specific types of conversations as we go.
Okay, we look forward to that. Supervisor Giovanni?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, I realize you have a lot of work to do. There's only 17 counties. I'm hoping that we will have the ability with our city manager to work with someone from your staff to kind of maybe have those discussions so that we are, really combining our resources to do the best we can for the most people. So I trust that is open.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's important. We want to work with 17 counties. We also want to work with all the cities and non-entitlement units who got money directly.
We don't care about
Those who
that. We just care about the counties.
They gave us 10 million. We have
Okay,
20
no, we do
million.
care about the city.
So
No, I'm sorry. We
Carson
did
City
give them
actually has 20,700,000.
Right.
'Cause we got
10
city
million in
money
the
and
first
county
tranche.
Yes,
Right.
10 out of each.
Right.
or
Right.
thereabouts.
That's handy. We should all be cities and counties.
Yeah.
The
It really is a good idea. Anybody out there? Oh, just saying, it is a good idea. Go ahead.
There it is. There it is.
Thank you.
No comment on that. But yes, I mean, I think those conversations should be going on now and frequently, right? We want to make sure we don't let the process get in the way of the work, right? And so we're trying very, very specifically not to make decisions up front that will become better decisions through the process, but we're also trying not to keep a decision that is baked from being decided on earlier on, right? And so I think we should have that broadband conversation specifically because that is a little bit more baked.
Yeah.
But we still don't know where all the sources of funding could potentially come. So there are some ingredients missing.
Makes sense.
I'm going to stop that metaphor there because it's getting tortured.
Okay. I don't see any further questions, and really appreciate this, and we look forward to being able to maybe submit some forms. We've been doing a good job of that lately, so we'll see what we have, because I'll just say one right off the top, and maybe it's part of your higher education, because I actually appreciate how you said you really want to take all the ideas that funnel into it and create an overall plan. So just as a thought process out there, adult basic education. And I don't know if that's a component in your higher education, because they're not there yet, but education in general, and that tends to be a group that gets left out, and they struggle, and those are the groups we want to get to help get higher paying jobs, get them their diplomas, their GEDs. And I learned something strange yesterday. You'll see that come in our discussion when we get to our item. But to learn that there's a lot of support systems out there with WIOA funds and all these other things, but that one of the simplest of all issues is the payment of a fee to take a test, and that is not an eligible expense. Well, the person we're trying to help is somebody that doesn't have any money, and so it's really quite simple it's not simple, but like you said, it is a basic need. Everything comes back together to say, wow, for $100, someone could have a diploma or a GED, which opens up the pathway to a job. So
There's some
thank you.
kismet there, Mayor. That's an issue that's very specifically important to me. My mom taught, before she retired, she's still with us, thank God, taught GED for about 20 years. Our family's paid a lot of those $100 fees back in New York, and
Yep.
I think that's definitely something we can sort.
So
Anyway.
I'll do a form, I
Thank you all.
promise.
Yes, forms.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you very much.
Have a great day.
Okay. Okay, well, it's a perfect segue for us, because we're going to move on to agenda item 12B, which is our plan of expenditure, as it is so far, for our $20,774,006. We can't forget our $6 there. Ms. Paulson, you had a late material on that too, just so everyone's referencing the latest document. Will you take us through that,
Yes.
please?
So staff presented a recommended plan of expenditure during the July 19th special workshop of the Board of Supervisors. And based on that discussion and direction, we've prepared a proposed plan of expenditure for approval today. In addition, yesterday there was some late material that was sent out with a couple of minor proposed revisions to the plan based on comments that came in after the retreat. So under the category respond to public health emergency or its negative economic impact, under number 1, we have $900,000 for health department salaries and benefits. Then under number 2, services and programs to contain and mitigate the spread of COVID-19. That number was bumped up $100,000 to $5.2 million. We're proposing adding $100,000 for city department and elected offices for COVID mitigation efforts based on the CDC guidance mask requirements that have now been reinstated. with the governor's latest directive. We have city departments that are requesting partitions and other non-permeable barriers for their offices, and these are departments that didn't get their requests in for the CARES funding. And then also, we thought there might be a need to purchase more PPE and sanitation supplies given the increases in the COVID recently. Under number 3, services to address behavioral health care needs, investments in housing and neighborhoods. And in addition, I added an assistance to workers and families. And this section is 1.3 million. This would be allocated by an application process. And that is similar to what we did with the CARES funding, where we would have applications come in, and then we would bring those applications and recommendations to the board for approval. So I'm proposing adding an additional 100,000 based on comments after the board retreat, and this is what the mayor was just referring to, employment or job training services to address negative economic or public health impacts experienced due to a worker's occupation or level of training. And there was an idea of the adult basic education, the GED testing, and then any other job training. Also in this section, I deleted the requirement for the applying entity to be a nonprofit, just because there may be other entities out there that could provide some of these programs and services. Under investments in improving outdoor spaces, we had $3,080,000. And then under the category of water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure, for water and sewer infrastructure, we have $5,465,000. And then under broadband, we had 1.1 million. The thought process with the broadband is to maybe put out a RFP or something similar for proposed projects by providers that the city could partner with for broadband. And then this leaves an unallocated balance of 3.7 million. Just a last thought with the first report is due August 31st. And in that report, it must include expenditures that are made from the date of the award through July 31st, 2021. So that deadline's coming up here pretty quick. And I'll take any questions.
Supervisor Jones.
I spent a lot of time going over this weekend. There's a lot of unknowns here. A lot of this is estimates. I think we need to be more specific. And I'd like to go right down through the same as she did. I have no problems basically with number 1 or 2. Number 3, we have no dollar amount for any of these programs. I don't agree. I think the nonprofit organizations, they took as big a hit as anybody did during this, and I think we ought to figure out a way to give them at least a stipend return. Whatever they do, the money comes back to us anyway. Number 3 is incomplete, and it has to be more specific on where you're allocating this 1.3 million. Number 4, I took to heart what Deacon Craig said the other day when we were spending all this money on recreational stuff, but we're not addressing anything about the homeless. And I don't have the answer. I wish I did have the answer. But I know it's a valid need and it's a valid requirement that we can't ignore. I also have a comment. We're proposing to renovate restrooms. I want to include in there contract money to clean them, because if we don't, it's going to become another problem, and I want to include funding for maintenance of these restrooms as they're built. We're projecting money out for the health department for the next 3 years. We've done it for fire department for the 9 employees they've got. We can do the same thing for this. Under infrastructure, I read in the paper where Congressman Amade says he's proposing to give us, I think, 3.5 million. The Senate's maybe another million. I think we ought to hold that in abeyance to see what we get from Congress before we obligate money out of this for that. I was happy to see what the guy said about broadband. I think it's a valid need. If we can't get something from the state, then I think we have to move out on our own. I'm not comfortable leaving in a reserve of $4 million. There's a lot of things we can spend that money for. And this whole program, there's not been a lot of transparency. This list was made up by, I guess, you and Nancy.
And the
I had no
public and
I had
you.
no input into it. I don't know anybody else on this board. And I'm not comfortable voting on it at this time.
Okay. Supervisor Gioni?
I guess, I don't know where to start. I guess I have to disagree with Supervisor Jones. Everything on here has been vetted in a public setting. These are all priorities that we as a board have set at our goal-setting session. Everything on here fits into the categories of what we told the city we wanted them to work on in our strategic plan, in our budget priorities. I think all of that has been in here. Maybe the exception is number 1. That is kind of new, honestly, but it fits right in line with what these ARPA funds are for. I do agree with you that I think 3 should focus on nonprofits. I don't agree that we need to have more specificity right now. I think I'd like to have the nonprofits tell us what their needs are. And I think that's the thought behind allocating the 1.3 to those specific things. Get an application out there. Let's see what the needs are in the community, because our nonprofits know better what they need than we know what they need. That's my opinion. I would agree with you adding money for maintenance over the course of this 3-year period once the restrooms are completed. We'd have to confirm that that's allowed, but I wouldn't have any issue with doing that. I think that's a great idea. On the infrastructure side, I think at this point we're just saying that we're going to allocate it to those things. Again, Quill is a priority. I think this board has established that. I know the last board I was on well established that. The Southeast Mandatory Sewer Extension is mandatory. We have to do it. And stormwater capital is, again, already in our approved capital plan. And I think all of those things, I agree with you, would sit here and not be spent until we find out if we get those other federal funds, and then they can be joined. That makes the most sense to me, and we have time to do that. And finally, I'd like to leave that 3.7 myself, and let's go down the road a little bit. I'll give you a perfect example. I personally would like to see either the affordable housing group or another group formed to come back to us for ideas on homelessness. I don't have the ideas.
I don't either.
We need the money.
Someone needs to really look at that. I'd love to leave that 3.7 million sitting there, at least until we hear back from them. Because maybe we can spend $500,000 or $1 million on something that really benefits our community from the homeless perspective. Because I agree with you, it is one of the biggest, it's one of the biggest things I hear most, outside of roads, it's one of the biggest things I hear the most of from people in our community. And so I don't think we've addressed it here. But I absolutely think that we need to either do, as I said, 1 of 2 things. Put the homeless or the Affordable Housing Task Force on it, or we appoint a group as either a subcomponent of this body, in which case it has to have public meetings. I don't mind any of that. But we've got 3 years from the end of this year. I don't think we should rush out and, start writing checks for everything. I'd really like to see a little time pass and see what other needs bubble to the top as we go forward. Anyway, this to me, this is a roadmap. When we approve this, it doesn't mean that a check's going to get written today for $1.3 million for something. It's still going to come back to us as we allocate that out through the process. So we're going to have a lot of opportunity, in my opinion, to provide input. This to me is a roadmap. It's a direction to staff. It tells them which way to go, and then they'll come back and work with us as those individual things get approved. So I'm comfortable with it. Thank you.
Supervisor White?
Thank you. In regards to the homeless issue, I think everybody on this board and everybody in this room should take a look at what's going on at the Village on Sage Street in Reno. I've recently become aware of that. Real high-level idea there. That looks like a pretty tremendous program that they have put together, the Village at Sage Street in Reno. I'm like Stan. I have some issues with where the money is being targeted here, partly on a priority idea and partly on philosophy. Let's talk about the 2C in the category respond to health emergency. Paying rent for vitality. First of all, I don't believe that is something our founders would think is good government. And that outfit has been around since 1971. They were just awarded a $6 million grant from the federal government. I think Vitality can figure out a way to buy a piece of property or pay rent, just like other nonprofits in this town have done. Moving down to, in the category water, sewer, and broadband, Southeast mandatory sewer extension. Since I've been in office, I've been asking for information about this project, and so far, I have not received anything that says it's mandatory. Apparently, we're about 75% through the project. As near as I can tell, nothing has been done out there for many years. Nobody's putting any pressure on us to get it done. I don't think there's any recent studies to see that with 25% of the residents left on their septic tanks, is the nitrate pollution lessening? Is it really necessary to spend that money out there now? It doesn't appear to me that it is. Down to the broadband project. On July 23rd, there was a conversation with Spectrum. Spectrum was going to give us a map to tell us what the broadband coverage was in this town. I haven't seen that map yet. I don't know what the broadband problems are. I can tell you that I know people that live in Lakeview and Timberline, and those folks that I know have found satisfactory broadband coverage in multiple ways that they're getting it done. This also gets into the philosophical situation. Again, I don't think it's appropriate to give $1 million to Spectrum, and our very next agenda item is setting that up. I don't think it's appropriate to give $1 million to Spectrum that gives them an advantage over their competitors. I can't support that. What I believe is a very serious priority that has been absolutely ignored and just doesn't seem like anybody really cares that North Lampa is in the category of a failed street. That street carries between 8,000 and 10,000 vehicle trips per day. It's going to cost $3 million to fix North Lampa. I think we should take that Spectrum money, the Southeast Sewer money, and the Vitality rent and put it into Lampa. That covers a number of things out there as far as stormwater issues, water infrastructure, because that number includes fixing the water lines that are under Lampa Lane. And we can do the broadband, take whatever else money out of that contingency and put it into Lampa and drop these other three that I've mentioned.
Supervisor Shooty?
Thank you. I really appreciate this conversation. Just a couple of quick comments. It's always interesting hearing public comment and really how it sometimes will align. But regarding number 5, the category water, sewer, broadband, you know, the Quill water treatment plant is such an important project because of the need to be able to have safe drinking water and the importance of providing within the guidelines of what is safe. And so I absolutely support that. Regarding the stormwater plan, again, I think that is incredibly important. The sewer extension project, you know, with septics, that creates a whole different water table series of questions, which that was all part of what got that started. So I don't have a problem with that. I love the idea on Section 3, the services to address behavioral health care needs, investments in public housing and assistance to nonprofits. Thankfully, that is in there. I would ask that there be more money added to that, perhaps some of the unallocated or the reserve to address really what nonprofits do and provide in collaboration with the city. And I also absolutely support the addition of F, employment or job training assistant, not only GED, but perhaps even, you know, the certification programs, those really on the ground, the jobs that truly help keep a community going, the folks who we call day in, day out. So just my comments, thanks.
So before I let people go for a second round, I'll take my turn at it. 1, I think all of these items have been discussed numerous times with the community. I don't think there's surprises on the list. We may not all agree on each item, but all of it has been done in public. This is another meeting. We went through it in our strategic planning. There's no, I liked actually something the treasurer said earlier. Everything starts with a form. So things have to be put on a piece of paper to get a conversation started. So please don't feel that no one had an opportunity, but it starts somewhere, right? Somebody puts an idea down, lists it out, and then we vet them and add more items, take items away. But nothing starts from a blank piece of paper. So I'm okay with everything in number 1. In number 2, there was appeared the discussion around vitality. That came from our discussions that Vitality has our second floor of our health department and that we need that space back. They came and made a report to us talking about the ability to move, to find another location. We've kept them in our health center, not maybe as a detriment, because we need the service so bad, right? The courts implored us, so this again is nothing new. Now, do we have to leave it, or would we further vet this if they just got a grant that gave them the ability to go and, create a new building or do something? I completely agree. It's not a give me that we're just going to give you 500,000. I agree with Mr. White on that completely. It's all a matter of being able to sit down and work with the health department, the court system, because what we don't want to lose is the service.
Exactly.
And so this is just a placeholder if we need to participate to be able to retain them. It doesn't mean we're going to. And I know that you're looking for specifics, but many of these need far more vetting. It's just whether or not we're going to authorize the staff to spend the time to vet those projects. If we take them out of here, then staff's not going to consider them at all. That's the job that we're doing here today. And then all of it's going to come back with a final, right? So I just suggest we leave it as the place marker. It's not a guarantee. I think the only ones on here that are guarantees is the number 1, ABC, right? So that one would be kind of what the treasurer talked about. What are the ones we got to pull the trigger now versus those that need further fleshing out? So number 1 would be implemented. The ability, the ad that we did for COVID mitigation efforts. Now that the variant is coming back out again and strong, we may need a little more protection for our employees. So I think G is a pull. When it comes to on the nonprofits, on 3, and I'm okay with limiting it to nonprofit/government. We have a lot of, so the adult basic education courses and stuff, as long as you're okay that it's nonprofit/government, because it is actually run by a government agency, they just have to submit the money for the test. And so they have no bucket of money to do that with. And as long as we're all okay, assuming it's nonprofit/government, I'm okay with limiting it to those, not a for-profit entity. The Quill water treatment plant, the sewer extension, the stormwater capital plans, we have been vetting these for years. There is absolutely no surprise, none, to the public or to any members. We have done major fee increases across for our customers. And I feel obligated to do everything in my power to reduce our requirements to increase fees for our utilities. This is a way to do it. The project for Quill is $10 million. If I can get 3 out of this funding source, and I can get 2 or 3 from the federal government, from the earmarks they're gonna do, and I can get 50% of it funded by somewhere else besides utility fees, I'm going to support this. So it's as simple as that, for me.
Quill's in.
Yeah, and the broadband infrastructure, I liked the idea of, I don't think we'll pull the trigger on the $1 million until after we see the state plan and see what the broader picture is for that. Maybe we only need to contribute 700,000 because of whatever matching program. We don't know that yet. So I don't see 6A pulling the trigger, probably, unless I missed what he was saying, maybe January. Or when they come out with their plan, to see again, how do we maximize every single dollar we have on behalf of the Carson City right? How do I get a service that we want, or they need, or they've been asking us for, and maximize it so I can help more of the Carson City residents, not just the few. I want to do as many as we can. So I'm absolutely okay with this list. I also don't mind Mr. Jones' comment on the restrooms. I don't have any issue adding in here that, you know, a maintenance plan for the period of time, obviously, that the grant can cover it. And I think we can do through December of 2024, something of that nature. So I don't have a problem adding a maintenance. I think that was a good idea, Supervisor Jones, that we add that in. Again, as long as it's allowable, we'll find that. So that's my overall comments that all, I would take one of, I'm wrong. I think the other one that'll come back, we'll still see it, but it would be a done deal, would be 2E, right? The gel body scanner. That directly meets the COVID requirements, and I want to protect our officers and the, I don't call them clients, whatever we want to call them, that are coming into the jail. So that one, I assume, again, a done deal. They would go out and get the bid documents and get working on that. The ventilation improvements, the HVAC is part of our CIP. They'll go out and, but we're going to see them back here at the board level. So this is a framework. And we have to start somewhere.
Can I add something?
Absolutely.
I just want to make sure, Nancy said it at the very end of her comments, but I want to make sure it's clear. This is, like everybody's saying, just a roadmap, and the federal government requires that we give them some kind of a roadmap on August 31st. It's not set in stone, it can change. They just want to know our ideas, what we're planning on doing by August 31st. So I have got to get something to them but at that time. So that's kind of why we're here, is to kind of get an agreement with how we sort of want to spend it. It doesn't have to be set in stone.
Thank you. And then as far as the reserve and the homeless issue, they need to present something to us. So I've spoke with the deacon and others in the community. Again, you gotta put in a form, right? I don't have the wherewithal myself personally. I do not have a solution. I do not have an idea. So leaving money here in reserve is going to give them an opportunity to flesh out some ideas, to work with some groups and be able to come and present a plan to us. I'm not opposed to helping the homeless. All of the money inside of item 3, that all helps the homeless. I don't know a nonprofit in our community that doesn't provide service to the homeless. So please don't also think we're not helping the homeless. Do I have the solutions? I think we all just agreed with it. We don't, none of us, and it's a big issue. But they can present some plans to us that.
But when you say
happy
they,
to.
who are you talking about?
Anyone in the community that has an idea on homelessness can submit. We have public information at all times that they can do. The Housing Task Force is taking it up as an agenda to try and see if we can bring the community partners together to form an idea. And again, the general public at any time, there might be somewhere that somebody used to run some facility. Maybe we take a tour to the village.
Village on
Is that a
Sage Street.
rename?
Huh?
Was that something else on Sage Street before and did they rename it the village?
There was a previous project conceptual
Okay.
that didn't happen, and then this did happen.
So maybe we take a look at this one and see if we like that model. I don't think we have the answer on the full homeless, but I think we're doing the right thing, leaving $3.7 million for just what we all talked about, something that comes to us that we weren't expecting, and that could be super viable and super right on. And I would hate to have already allocated all this and then I can't respond to a good idea that's out there. So I don't think we have to allocate everything.
I have a question on
Okay.
the sewer, that sewer pipe. What is our balance on that? What is our balance?
On the 5B?
On the southeast, mandatory sewer extension.
So 141 or 142 septic tanks, can't remember which number. We had a briefing on that, but it was 141, 142. It's the last phase. There were 10 phases, and this is the last one. We've done and completed 9 of it, and this is the 10th to complete the plan that was submitted to NDEP. I'm not going to say whether it's mandatory with a date. I think that Supervisor White is accurate, that potentially we didn't get a hard and fast, you have to have it done by said date, but we did commit as a city to progress through those and to convert them. This again is an opportunity that we don't have otherwise to give a 50% relief to those homeowners because they're not going to have to pay connection fees. And I'm looking to mitigate that. I don't want NDEP to come and tell me in 6 months, Lori, guess what? You're out of time. You've waited too long, you haven't done it, and now there's no help for those residents. So all of these really work towards a 50% goal. No different in our parks and recreation, we set 50% goals, right? That the consumer will pay half of the cost and the city will match that. So I think I see us doing that in all of our infrastructure. Anywhere we can help the ratepayers or the residents in an area to mitigate their costs, I'd like to try. Doesn't mean we can do it all, but that's how I see the Southeast Sewer Extension is our opportunity to meet them halfway on the project. Supervisor Jones.
Well, my question is, with the money we get, so hopefully we get from the Senate or Amity, will that cover it?
No. Again, so proposal currently is $1 million. It's a $4 million project.
Right.
This million plus their million will get us approximately 50%.
Okay, all right.
So I hope that you all recognize this is a participation, and I'm only telling you my own perspective is that we're in it together, right? The residents are in it, we're in it, and we're both coming together to try as hard as we can to progress projects that have been on our books for many years. And this is an opportunity to get them off of the CIP lists and off of the planning documents and things that we spend a lot of money doing studies. And then what do we end up doing? You put it on a shelf because there's never any money to implement a plan. And so I support these for that reason. So we'll come back around Supervisor Giomi.
Sorry, my mic wasn't on. I just want to reiterate what you said, Lori, that this, our infrastructure expenditure particularly is, we did a rate increase. And so we're asking the residents to pay more, and these are things that are buying that down. Buying that down with money that we don't have to ask them for a rate increase for in 5 or 6 years. So it is a no-brainer to me. On the homeless side, I guess what I don't want on that issue is to have 5 or 6 people or groups come to us. I really want that group to get together under some unified umbrella, whatever that is, whether we have to create it or whether this body thinks that the housing task force can create it, and then our health director can come back with recommendations. Because I don't want to see Group A say, well, they need this, and Group C, they need that, because frankly, our community is not big enough to have 3 or 4 groups doing the same thing. So someone needs to get together. And as Lori said, Supervisor White said, let's go look at, the village and see how things are going. But anyway, I think that there are people in our community who deal with that all the time. Fish, advocates, knots. There are people who deal with that all the time, and our city staff. So let's get a recommendation together. I think that's it.
And the Housing Task Force does have all those members on it, so
good.
I think it's a great idea to task the Housing Task Force with bringing a proposal, and they can do the reach outs
And
to all the
let's say-
organizations
let's
and a
say-
visit. Just
Yeah, let's say,
Yeah.
come back to us by the end of the year, the 1st of January. Well, let's put an end on it so we're not, just floating around in the pool.
And Nikki Aker, Director, Carson City Health and Human Services. And we had a meeting yesterday and had that exact discussion. So
It's a reasonable timeline, 6 months. I mean, we're the beginning of August, that would put you maybe the second meeting in January.
absolutely,
Perfect.
we're on it.
okay. Supervisor Shooty?
To piggyback on the conversation and what Nikki Akers just said, having that collaborative conversation, a roundtable, if you will, and I think it's incredibly important that the different agencies involved in this super tough decision each share what do they do well. What do they do well? And because then a different agency does something else well and needs help with what that one does. And so I really think it's a great opportunity to get super clear on the roles of each agencies. And as somebody involved in a nonprofit and who has worked with nonprofits, it's fascinating how we all, in a particular genre, so whether it's homelessness or animal welfare or whatever, we all ultimately share the same objective, but the roadmap to meet the objective can sometimes be in conflict, and sometimes we pull funding from each other when in fact it's better, a better way to move forward is to get super clear on strengths, on needs, and how can we help each other. It's those little details. And I think about homelessness. Yesterday, here I'm animal rescue, and I received a call from a gal who is homeless, living in her car, has 2 cats that are her PTSD cats. She's living in a car, it's really hot, it's not safe for those cats, and reaching out for assistance. She has tried to stay with friends, but they're allergic to cats. And these are her family. She loves them. And so she reached out to us. And so the overlap or potential overlap is huge. And there are people who are homeless because of those mitigating circumstances. And so I think this is an amazing idea, and I'm so glad we're talking about it. I didn't mention it before, investments in improving outdoor spaces, quality of life, mental health, enjoyment of community, basic needs, all of that. And so I am super in support of everything listed on that, and I didn't mention it before. Thanks.
Ms. Paulson, did you need a comment?
I was just going to clarify some stuff, so if Supervisor White wanted to go first, that's okay.
Supervisor White?
Thank you. I just hope that nobody took my comments about vitality to interpret that I miss the usefulness and the need for vitality. I do truly understand. It's more of a philosophical situation for me. Speaking of studies, the study for Lampa Lane is sitting on a shelf collecting dust. As far as the sewer, mandatory sewer, again, I've seen nothing that says it's mandatory. I know that's in the name of the title, but I asked staff for everything there was to know about that project, and I got virtually nothing. That tells me it's not a priority to staff. Been at it since 91 or 94. We've got it down to 25%. Is it really a priority that we'll need to bond $2 million to finish? I don't think it is. When we can, there's 140 people out there. There's a couple of hundred people in Timberline and Lakeview. Yeah, we need to make sure that those people are receiving service. But we're talking about between 8,000 and 10,000 people a day on Lampa that needs that road rebuilt.
I have absolutely no problem with the reserves that are sitting there, that both a plan can come forward from the Housing Task Force for the homeless, and I have no issue. We did get, we have a little bit of room when we get the final number to determine what can be spent as the revenue replacement, which then would make the LAMPA project potentially eligible under this money. The current categories, it is not, but we have a category that when our audit is complete, we may be able to open that funding up. So I personally, again, why did we want to leave 3.7 million on the table? And I have no problem with we can direct it here, or we can let the RTC do the highest road priority. Certainly LAMPA is on RTC's radar. I'm not going to say it isn't. But I don't have a problem with both of those plans coming forward for a future meeting to look at that remaining 3.7 million. I think it's a very valid point. I think we're going to be able to do maybe $1.9 million legally through this money that could go to a road project. So we'll have to let that, those little guidance pesky things the treasurer was talking about, the hundreds of pages, but I think we might be able to accomplish that.
I guess I'll have to.
I did. Oh, I'm sorry.
I guess I'll have to have somebody explain to me in a part of Carson City that floods constantly, that LAMPA doesn't qualify for storm drain. Considering that staff has told me that there's a water line is compromised at LAMPA, that certainly qualifies for water.
Yes.
We can run broadband through there, that qualifies it.
Yes.
I don't know how LAMPA doesn't qualify for this.
I'm talking about the portion that's the road. You know, every project, we split it up like you're talking about. I want to fund the piece that's not eligible, but I think, and Sherry can correct me if I was wrong.
No, we did calculate 1.9 million. However, I recently found out that the calculation is out for comment, so that calculation may change. So I didn't want to get anybody too excited about the 1.9 million yet. That's what the current calculation is, but it's out for comment. I probably won't know the final calculation until September.
So again, I think we're on the right path here, and that we're also giving staff, right? So the Housing Task Force and maybe RTC comments or road project can come back to us for consideration of the remaining reserves. And some of that reserve, as we go through some of these other items, you know, when she actually goes to bid on everything under number 4, some of that we might not need that much. You don't know, because of now getting to do the whole scale of the project instead of piecemealing it. We may be able to save a little. So I have no problem. I just ask your comments here. Can we take a motion on this item and then add, so just a thought process, that we could approve the plan of expenditure as submitted late material and instruct staff to bring back a homeless address. You got it, right? And the LAMPA. Are we missing anything? Ms. Schutte? Oh, she wants to do it. Or wait, Ms. Paulson wanted to make a comment, and then we'll go to motion.
Thank you. Under for cleaning of the restrooms, I think that would fit into, I mean, that's a COVID mitigation process, and I think that would fit into 2G, where I had city department mitigation efforts. I don't know if we'd need to increase that amount a little bit to be able to cover that for 3 years, but we could put that there. I also wanted to mention that under number 3, homelessness and affordable housing is a category, so Deacon Craig or others could apply under number 3 also, in addition to using any of the reserves that we wanted to. And then, just as the mayor and Sherry said, roads is not an allowable use for this funding except under the category of revenue loss. And I just wanted to clarify that. So, and at this point, we have an estimate of 1.9 million. Revenue loss could be used for general government services, so it pretty much opens up the use to anything. And that's the only place that roads would fit in. So we can only go up to the amount of revenue loss that we have. So just wanted to clarify those few things.
Okay, we're ready for a motion. Supervisor Shooty, you want to try it, it says?
I will try.
Okay.
All right.
Go, girl.
I move to approve the plan of expenditure as submitted with late material and in consideration of the discussion that we've had. Does that work?
Okay with that? Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. Okay. Oh,
Yeah, I guess.
sorry, on discussion, do you need clarity on the
Yeah,
motion?
I mean, it's a little,
Broad.
yeah, a little too broad for me, but
So on discussion, the way we can do this is on discussion. Supervisor Giomi, did you want to summarize what you
yeah,
believe
I mean,
was discussed today?
what I would like to see is that we ensure that Category 3 is for nonprofits and governmental entities, that we increase 2G to $175,000, and that it also include COVID maintenance at parks, and that we direct staff to come back with proposals and recommendations for, from the Housing Task Force, and for exploring options for reconstruction of critical roadways.
That was as discussed on the.
Critically deteriorated roadways.
Everybody clear on the motion? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. I wonder why that's.
No voting happening here.
I don't know. We lost, I'll clear it and redo it. All the, let's make a, nope, we lost our active buttons. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you all so very much. It was a great discussion. We're going to take a recess. So sorry, but we need to. And then we'll come back on 12C. Okay, so we'll just till about quarter till.
So-
A recess.
I see staff back in the room.
Yeah, he can give me a heads up. Okay, I'll bring it. Take care of priorities. That basic. Thank you. Miss Warren, are you ready? Or we are? Okay, just want to make sure everyone can take their seats. We're gonna come back to order here. To come back to order, earlier in the day, we had item 10F that had been pushed for a few moments for some clarification. Mr. Cooley and, was it Lucia or just Mr. Cooley going to come in, open back up the item on 10F, please? Well, so we have some additional material.
Thank you. For the record, Rick Cooley, Operations Manager for Public Works. So yes, we'll have to apologize for this one. What I could have looked at this 100 more times and still not figured out what the problem was, but thanks for bringing it to our attention. What you'll find is a new packet, but the only change in here is the insertion of the very last page. So the very last page you will see is the rate sheet for field labor for repairs. And that's what's typically in here, and that's what was in our stuff. It just never made it into the packet. And that is, as you'll see, it's the hourly rates for labor in the field and hourly rates for shop labor if we or they deliver the stuff into the shop and actually have the repairs done in the shop. We handed out packets to all you guys. There's a packet for the public on the back table. Do you have, I know you just got this, but does that help answer your question, Supervisor
Well,
White?
it certainly draws in where the authority and the contract would exist for the services that were being discussed in the title and the
Yeah, because the
options.
contract that we've used the last couple of years, it just says Exhibit A services, and that's what should have been in here was both the PM and the field and shop repair rates.
Mr. White, does that, are you're okay now? That we now see where the hourly and what the charges are gonna be for the repair
Yes.
services?
So
Okay,
that
thank you.
covers that. I think the only thing left out is, I was curious as to, and you sort of answered it off the top of your head, how much is product and how much is labor, overall total expenditures? You said
Right.
about 2/3 was
Yeah,
product?
roughly, depending on, yeah, it's, if we went through and actually did an average, I think that's what we're gonna find.
Okay. So,
But it really depends on what it is. So like last year, for example, we actually, and it's the first time we've ever seen it, the actual pumpkin, which is the back middle part of the axle, if you will, in our compactor, actually cracked. And we've never seen housing like that crack before. And so it couldn't be repaired. It was significant enough to where it couldn't be welded. We actually had to go find that. And so that was a significant, purchase. So that's why I'm saying it really varies depending on, are we putting on new hoses because we blew hoses, or new seals or gaskets, things like that? Or is it holistic, big pieces of iron, parts that need to be replaced that aren't commonly stocked on shelves?
right, and so the reason I asked that question is you're getting very near in the neighborhood of this contract could almost, not quite yet, support another employee.
Correct.
So when you get to that point, you have to start looking at what are you really getting for your service?
Right,
And you
right.
do it better in-house when you get to this number.
And to kind of further on that is a little out of bounds of this topic, but phase 3, if you will, we're doing a scale house replacement right now. The next phase will be the tipping facility to get the public out of the landfill. The third phase is actually to build a shop, which was part of the study, the fleet study done some years ago, is to look into doing those repairs in-house. And if we had a shop big enough that can accommodate there at the facility, we could definitely do that. It's definitely the direction we'd want to go.
Thank you. Does anyone else? I don't see any other raised hands. And just for clarifying sake for the public, if the DDA wants to weigh in our authority to continue on with this contract?
Sure. Adam Tully from the District Attorney's Office. Yeah, the contract is late material. It's submitted at the back for the public. So late material submitted in accord with the open meeting law. And the scope of the agenda item would cover what's in this contract.
Okay. Thank you so very much. I'll accept a motion on 10F. Supervisor White?
I move to accept the contract as presented, incorporating the late material.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks for the extra work, and it's better to get it right. Thank you. Okay, oops, now I gotta, we're gonna move on to agenda item 12C for discussion and possible action on the submission of a grant. Ms. Hicks, you're gonna take us on this one?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For the record, Stephanie Hicks, Deputy City Manager. The National Telecommunications and Information Administration has announced the availability of $288 million in grant funding for the deployment of broadband infrastructure. Our Public Works Department has actually been working with the state at the Governor's Office of Innovation and Technology to review the grant requirements. However, until recently, we didn't have a project partner, which is a requirement of the grant funding. Charter reached out to the city and had indicated that they are interested in a project at Timberline and Lakeview neighborhoods that is about approximately $1.7 million project to bring services to that area, and that they are interested in partnering with the city on this project. They would be willing to provide the minimum 10% match that's required, and they will be assisting us with all the application materials, including the mapping that's needed to verify eligibility. So the request before you is to submit that application. If we do get awarded, we would be back again for approval of the grant acceptance.
And just to be clear, there will be no dollars coming out of any of ours. We are not providing the match, the vendor is. So for clarity on this application, we are not exercising a component of the $1 million. That's a much different and broader picture. So I want to put that on the record. so that everyone is aware.
That's correct. And I would just like to add, because I know there were some discussions in a previous item about the need in this area. You know, I started with the city over 5 years ago as the real property manager. This was one of the first things I was asked about as a way to bring broadband infrastructure to Timberline and Lakeview, because there has been a need in the community. And I know that since that time, and particularly during the COVID pandemic, I personally received calls from residents that indicated the difficulty that they were having with students working from or having school from home and not being able to access the curriculum, have internet that was that at least could provide those services. So there may be some other things out there that provide internet, but the speed, I think, is really the issue to allow those residents to transition to the needs that we've had due to the COVID pandemic.
And one of the other requirements, because I know I'm going to preempt Supervisor White for just one moment. It's mandatory on this particular grant that a local government sponsor it. We don't have to provide the match or the dollars, but it must be a partnership. And so Charter cannot do it on its own to apply for the grant.
Correct.
That's correct, right? I just wanted to put that also on the record. So Charter is going to supply all the required funding and technical assistance. We just need to be the applicant partner. Okay, Supervisor Giomi, you have a question?
Yeah, I just also wanted to reiterate what you said about Lakeview and Timberline. I've received a lot of calls over the last 2 years, and particularly during the pandemic. And you're right, they have found workarounds for internet, but it's one thing to cruise the internet and order on Amazon, and it's another to do video chats and to do video learning. And I know it was a struggle for them, for a lot of families up there, to the point where they often went to relatives' homes in town. Just a few things. Do we know from Charter, or can we get from Charter, as part and parcel of this, some sort of coverage map, so we know? I guess what I'm saying is on the, and maybe it isn't directly related to this particular grant application, because I don't really have an issue with this. What I want to make sure we're doing is, with our other $1 million, is we're maybe getting with all of the providers of internet to see if there's sort of a gap in coverage. And where there is that gap is where we take that $1 million or a part of it and use it to help fill that gap. So I don't suppose there's a way to make them to do it, but I guess I thought I'd ask, because they're only one of the providers. There are other providers, and just because we get their coverage map as part of this agreement, we'd be partway there. I know that they're very reluctant to share things like this, but the issue is, how do we correct the problem if we don't know where the gaps exist? And I suppose we could, maybe there's a way to do a consultant, or anyway. I just didn't want to miss the opportunity, if we can add some language to an agreement with them that mandates that they share that data with us.
Sure, absolutely. And it's a great question. Actually, in our conversation with Charter, they were very willing to do that. I think they've recognized the need and the fact that there's going to be a lot of funding coming this way, because it's such an important service to be provided. And so they indicated they would give us a service map of the entire city so we can identify other areas of
Great.
need.
And are we aware of any other areas of need right now?
I think there is some coverage issue on California Street, I believe, if I'm correct. And then also, Arrowhead, north of the airport, there's been reports of some issues out there. So I think this will give us a great opportunity to start that mapping.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Supervisor White?
Thanks again. And not to be argumentative, but the folks that I know that live up there have found services they find to be quite adequate. Folks that I've had video chats with and such as that. I would say the households that I know up there are probably not gaming, but they are videoing and doing remote meetings and such. I think the real question for me on this is, why is AT&T abandoning their infrastructure that is there? A couple of folks that I talked to say that they're actually on AT&T, and their service is getting better and better, because as people leave, it opens up more space for their de minimis use on the AT&T system. So why is AT&T letting these two neighborhoods go away? If the reason is they can't make money up there, why would we ask taxpayers, albeit not necessarily tax money generated in Carson City, why would we ask taxpayers to put money in a losing business? Why would we take a company, a mega company like Spectrum, and set them up in a losing proposition? Why would we do that?
Okay. Supervisor Shute?
Thank you. I would like to revisit the service map idea. And I'm, in terms of possible or additional needs for service. So on page 200 of the packet, it says NTIA expects to make awards under this program within the following finding range, 5 million to 30 million. This range is not required minimum or maximum, but covered partnerships requesting amounts for projects outside of this range must provide a reasonable explanation for the variance in the project side. So I think the Lakeview Timberline absolutely can provide a reasonable explanation. Schooling, online learning, all of that would support that. But I would ask that if we can get a service map, this might be an opportunity that really can provide more funding and a greater benefit not only to our community members, but also to the providers.
So Supervisor Shute, what you're suggesting is the submission of the grant application could be broader if
Correct.
they provide a map that fits within the conditions of K.
Correct.
And you're, again, that staff and the provider can, you're okay with expanding how much the grant is for, is what you're
Absolutely.
saying.
So to,
as long as
you know,
we're not providing any cash flow out of Carson City's revenues.
exactly, to perhaps provide services to those other areas that were
If they
mentioned
found
in the
another one.
previous comment.
Supervisor Giomi?
I would be okay with that. I don't want to jeopardize the opportunity that they're offering us.
Right.
Because in my mind, if they felt there was opportunities to expand in more areas and it was beneficial for them to do that, they would have already brought it forward. But I have no problem giving staff the latitude to explore that possibility. I just think we would have already known about it had they thought it was viable.
Ms. Paulson?
Just to add on to that, there is a little bit of a time crunch.
Right,
The
17th of
application is due
August.
on, yeah, we've got 12 days to submit, so.
But it wasn't a bad idea. No, it wasn't. You were on the right track to say, hey, if there's a pot of money out there, we want to go for it. I'm ready for a motion. Supervisor Giomi?
I move to approve the submission of the grant application as requested.
I have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, motion carried, 4 yeses, 1 no. Thank you. We're going to move on now to item 12D, which is the discussion and possible action on adoption of our second reading for Bill number 111. Is that going to be Ms. Paulson? Did we have any changes or recommendations from the first reading?
There are no changes from the first reading.
Any questions from anybody here? I'm ready for a motion. I don't see a light. Somebody's got to do it.
Well, I think we have people in position to make remarks from the public on this item, if we could hear from them.
We already had public comment this morning. This is a second reading, and there's not a party to it unless it's the lounge. Unless it's the cannabis industry itself, and it was my understanding they did not have comment. But
Well,
if I'm wrong, Mr. Adler is here and he can correct me. No comment? Okay. I was going to say, I'm sorry. If there was a party to the action, I would have been happy to. Okay. All right. I just want to make sure.
I would just say again that until the Cannabis Compliance Board issues their regulations, we don't know what we're making illegal. And I won't support this.
Okay. Supervisor Giomi,
Thank you. I move to adopt ordinance number 2021-11.
do I have a second? Hi. Second by Supervisor Jones. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Say no. So motion carried, 4 yeses, 1 no. Thank you. Okay, we are now going to move on to item 12E. And this item is really 2 parts. It's a business impact statement discussion, and then the proposal on an ordinance for the first reading on prohibiting curbside pickup of cannabis. May I first have, was Nancy, were you going to give us introduce the business impact statement, please?
You want me to give a little bit of background on how we got here to the business impact statement? Yeah. Okay. So based on Cannabis Compliance Board regulations, curbside pickup was not allowed prior to the governor issuing Emergency Directive 16 on April 29th of 2020, which stated that directive said that curbside pickup would be allowed beginning May 1st of 2020. Subsequently, Senate Bill 168 was enacted by the Nevada legislature during the 2021 session, and that allows a cannabis sales facility to engage in curbside pickup in accordance with the regulations adopted by the Cannabis Compliance Board. So this item is the first reading of an ordinance which requires a business impact statement to be prepared. And the business impact statement does find that the proposed ordinance will impose a direct and significant economic burden upon a business or directly restrict the formation, operation, or expansion of a business. We had comments from the affected businesses and Silver State Government Relations indicating that the proposed ordinance would have a negative economic impact as 30% of their sales are through curbside pickup.
Thank you. So our first order of business on this item is to determine whether or not we agree with the findings in the business impact statement. And I would like to separate and keep these two discussions separate. So I'll just generally comment on the business impact statement. I believe all of them when they tell me that 30% or 40% of their business is currently curbside. I don't have any issue with that. I don't know that I believe if we implement this that suddenly all that business will go away, and so they'll be impacted by 30%, but I'm willing to indicate here I'm fine with accepting the business impact statement. So Supervisor Giomi?
Yeah, you originally stated that we had to say if we agreed with the impact statement, but really we're just approving
Yes.
the acceptance of the document in and of itself. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes. Supervisor Schutte?
So just clarifying that accepting the impact statement is not the whole picture.
That's correct.
Perfect.
That's
Okay.
absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Okay. So the industry that is impacted by this, if they think further comment on the business impact statement is necessary, you may. Otherwise, I'll take a motion to approve the business impact statement. Nothing? Okay. Supervisor Giomi?
I move to approve the business impact statement as presented.
Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second to approve the business impact statement. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Okay. So now that we've gotten through the business impact statement. So I want to note for the record that as the mayor, I asked the DA's office to prepare the ordinance. I'm not insisting that there has to be a blanket ban on curbside, but it is what I prefer. I know the district attorney prefers a blanket ban because he submitted that as late material for all of us to read and has submitted his letter.
but he's also maybe open to compromise. It's also my understanding, but he is here for himself. The sheriff wants to prohibit curbside, but he can come up and speak on that. I've also conferred with our board counsel and procedural requirements. So we did what we had to do first, which is determine whether we agree with the business impact statement. And so once we agreed, we now have the,
Not agreed, accepted.
okay, I guess acceptance is a better word. Yeah, we just accepted the business impact statement. We're now going to look to determine if there are mitigating or other factors that we can consider, because that is required by rule. And excuse me. And so what we have is 2 cannabis facilities in Carson City, and I believe that they have indicated that Mr. Adler can represent them. So if you'd like to come up and talk about proposals for us to consider. The law requires us to consider options, so. Okay. Mr. Adler.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Bagwell and the rest of the Carson City Board of Supervisors. It's a pleasure to be here today. As you have discussed and as we've said before us, is the proposed ordinance related to curbside delivery with cannabis in Carson City. There's other curbsides, Walmart and other people have their curbside spots as well. But specifically, this would be a limiting of curbside and cannabis in Carson City. This ordinance was proposed to us, and we became aware of it through a letter and some general community concerns and some conversations that happened and were brought to our attention through the mayor. In general, we try and be as low impact or as impactful to the community as we can. We try and provide the service and have marijuana, medical and recreationally serve both these retail outlets. And really our approach has always been to work with Carson City as best we could to try and, have the best approach to fit this community. So if there's some way we could appeal to this or change the curbside policy to address some current concerns we're aware of, we're all for doing that. It's always been the policy of Rise and Sierra Well to reach out and do things with the community. When we had a previous concern about how it's supposed to work when it came to the sales, just in general in our retail stores, and we had some concerns with in-store practices, we end up having some stings and other policies. We end up saying, to figure this out, the best policy is to do it together. We held a joint sort of training task force with the sheriff's department through cannabis trainers, Maureen McInerney back in the day. So they've always been sort of forward-looking and approaching. So to try and address this, we didn't want to say, no or no, there's no concern here, because we wanted to see where the community's at and see what the mayor and others have brought towards us. So I did write up and do a counter proposal of something that's less than the full ban, but does sort of acknowledge, what can we, make curbside look like in Carson City, or what can we provide that still allows the stores to provide the service they like to provide for the community we're doing, and, does address some of the concerns we heard about before. So I don't know if you want to discuss that or just generally curbside overall, but, as it stands, we submitted a business impact statement or reply to that for a reason about 40% the value or 30% of the total sales, depending on which store you're in, go through the curbside program today. The stores appreciate having the ability to provide curbside, and it's a big feature for the customer base in Carson City. It's one that, frankly, retail stores try and put people in their stores. It's a weird phenomenon, I know, but trying to upsell somebody or have them in front of a register is usually a plus for a retail store. And in spite that, with the curbside program being 100% of the sales last year, we expected, a even steeper drop off of the use of curbside to, stimulate people back in the stores. But in spite that, 30% of the customers, I can't tell you why each customer does it, but 30% today are self-selecting curbside still. We did take a petition. We do have sort of a survey here of, some 400 people or so signed up. I will not submit that to the public record because these are real names and signatures, but a lot of them did say, safety. A lot of them did say anxiety with COVID going in stores. A lot of them did say mobility issues when they signed up the reasoning for why they wanted to continue to support curbside. So generally, I just want to bring that forward that, it is a policy that we appreciate. We do want to keep going forward, and we do feel there's a way to fit a curbside that fits the Carson. So I would like to take it
So
from there.
I think for the record, I would like to walk through the potential compromises that were coming from the two facilities. And so there was the elimination of advertising. We worked very hard as a board when this came into place that it's not to advertise to our children that the way that the facility looks is important, those types of things. So if I'm not mistaken, if you want to walk us through, it was the elimination of all the advertising on tents and all that type of stuff. You were limited to the size of your sign on your building.
Definitely. So.
And you're suggesting that you'll comply with that component of the existing rule, that that's the signage that you get, not
Yeah, yeah.
all this other
To be clear and be explicit, a few of the complaints that we did receive was, understanding where in a parking lot this, needs to take place requires a curbside sign. Yes, but some of the signage, some of the things around the curbside areas in some of these parking lots had become a little bigger. Some of these were for employee, convenience, shade tents, or booths and things to make it easier to process, the clipboards and things for curbside. But with that, some of them looked like more of an advertisement or more of a flashy thing to attract, attention maybe even. So to combat that or to make sure we're not doing that is our policy, and we'd like to put forward that all curbside operations, the signage and things related to those can strictly only be for the indicating of where the curbside is. A numbered sign, 1, 2, 3, curbside park here, sort of make sure it's the bare bones of what's necessary for, the indication. On top of that, we wanted to make sure it doesn't spread out too far or isn't sort of misunderstood where curbside belongs, because it's tight parking lots everywhere you go in Carson. It's a busy commercial area, but we want to be cognizant to either, Tomo next to Rise or the gas station and convenient and mechanic shop next to Sierra Well. We all share the same spots there. So another portion we want to put forward is, curbside operations shall not exceed past sort of the store frontage or the immediate, curbside spots in front of the store. So you will, yes, have a sign to indicate these are curbside spots, but also stores can't just put curbside spots anywhere in that parking lot. It has to be directly under cameras and in front of the store to really make sure people know where we're supposed to go. That's generally the 2 bullet points in our proposal for curbing the curbside to making sure it stays, as it should in Carson.
Thank you. Sheriff, did you want to, your turn? Thank you.
For the record, Sheriff Furlong, it's fun sitting next to Will. Ms. Mayor, I'm not certain how you would like to approach this. I would encourage that the letter for the record from District Attorney Woodbury be introduced and possibly read, if you wouldn't mind, prior to my speaking.
Prior to?
Prior to.
It is on the record.
It is on the record,
Yes,
okay.
and it was put in the packets. And I will, after you, I can ask
Okay.
Mr. Yu if he feels, would you like to paraphrase a little bit or read in the district attorney's letter? It's.
So for just a quick moment here, I'm going to take off my hat as board counsel. And the reason why I say that preliminarily is because, as you know, with respect to my involvement in the preparation of ordinances, I maintain a neutral stance here, for the board, and I counsel you not on, whether or not a policy measure ought to be advocated for or against, as a measure to be decided on by this board, but just rather whether or not mechanically it works and it's legally sound and defensible for purposes of implementation. I'm going to take that hat off for a moment. I'm going to put on my hat as the assistant district attorney, and I'm authorized to speak on behalf of the DA's office as Mr. Woodbury's proxy. I can articulate for the record, and to paraphrase his letter in support of the draft ordinance as currently presented in its form, that he is strongly in support in a blanket prohibition against curbside pickup. From the district attorney's perspective, it is a matter of public safety. He has alluded to specifically in that letter of support certain instances in the past involving crimes that's occurred here in Carson City, involving drug transactions. Now, of course, this is different. This is regulated in the sense that it's on the premises of a cannabis sales facility. However, As Mr. Woodbury noted in his letter of support for a blanket prohibition, it only takes one bad circumstance for everything to sort of unravel. So for him, the fact that a person can drive up in a vehicle and then another employee of a cannabis sales facility has to leave the secured premises, the enclosure of that building, walk out to the vehicle, there are less safety mitigation measures in place. It's easier for somebody to be in a quote-unquote getaway vehicle already if there is a malicious intent of this person to perpetrate a crime. I want to pull up into my vehicle. I want to pretend as though I am a law-abiding customer. I'm going to have an employee come out to the vehicle with marijuana products, and I'm going to rob the premises and make a quick getaway. That's one of many concerns that the district attorney's office has in terms of a public safety perspective. So again, Mr. Woodbury, the district attorney, and on behalf of the district attorney's office, we are strongly in support of the ordinance as currently drafted, which is a blanket prohibition.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Again, back for the record, Sheriff Furlong. This is an interesting agenda item because it applies to only 2 of the total number of businesses that occupy Carson City. And when we get down to the very core of it, the only thing that we're talking about is a convenience. That's it. It's a convenience. But it is a convenience that is outside of the properties that these businesses are operating. Whereas the industry is asking for permission to go outside and on somebody else's property, allow for curbside sales, that parking lot. And so you have to wonder, what are the implications of a vote to support the curbside sales? Will that impact our downtown corridor as businesses want to bring their products out onto the curbsides in Carson City? Will that affect prior decisions that this board has made in regards to properties where maybe a restaurant brings tables out and awnings out? At what point does the allowance for 2 businesses to do curbside sales here in Carson expose this community to further challenges? At what point? Certainly, I have said this to both the management of Rise and Sierra Health. Okay. They have been outstanding business partners as people in this community. I know I know Miss Mayor and I have both, and I would hope all of you have gone to these establishments, examined the processes that they have put in place. They are outstanding controls to make sure that their customers are safe and secure. And as a sheriff, I can tell you, we have not had problems at either of those 2 locations. That being said, we come back to the core of the question. Is this board willing to make accommodations for 2 of the total number of businesses in Carson to do business outside of their business on someone else's property? And what infringement will that have on government as we talk about public right-of-ways and so on? Will you allow other businesses to begin putting their tables back out onto the street? At what point do we say, no, you are licensed to do a business inside, and we support that? But there has to be a line. I don't support the public exposure of selling marijuana to our children, to those residents and businesses that may or may not oppose the activity. I do recognize the convenience of it, and that is the only question that's before the board. The convenience of the ability to drive up and have a man or woman come out with adequate safety safeguards in place and deliver a product. that products could have been ordered and delivered to your home if your health does not provide for it. Both of those businesses provide for that. So it is a convenience, it's not a necessity. And I would add to this, neither of the two locations that were established when as the industry came up, chose to look for a location that had a drive-through capability, such as you might see at your fast food restaurants and many other locations here in town, that drive-through capability. No. In this case, this board is making a judgment as to whether or not these businesses can sell outside of their businesses in the parking lots. It might be different. It might be a different equation if it was a drive-through option. It might be. But I've spoken to both of them. Neither business has the capability, infrastructure, facility design, or economics, to change that ability, to change that construction. So their option is, for the sake of their customers, two businesses out of all in town would conveniently like to continue sales that, as Ms. Paulson represented, began with a pandemic, and it has evolved. I do not support this. I do compliment the businesses. I know I've spoken at length with Ms. Bagwell about this. They have stood up. They have outstanding security and customer service capabilities inside of their business. There's no reason to allow them to do business in the parking lot and prohibit our downtown businesses from putting up tables. It's a contradiction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go
ahead.
I apologize.
Go
I did
ahead.
tell you there have been some opponents to curbside sales. I did promise Mr. Paul McGrath that I would mention he was here to speak, but he was not capable of staying. So I apologize. I did promise that I would make comment that he intends on sharing his information with each board member.
Thank you. I will say, I do want to put on the record that I did go to the facility. I did watch. I was there for about an hour. I watched the in-store transactions and I watched the parking lot transactions. I'm going to say that we have responsible business owners that I think care greatly about being good community partners with us. And when I toured a few of the things that disappointed me in the process, they were readily amenable to making the corrections and the changes. So the one thing that's also different, though, in curbside, when you talk about a Smith's or a CVS's or anyone else, the transactions there are completed via the internet and paid for. What is unique about this industry is they are still an all cash transactional business. So the piece that bothers me the most is it is, for the lack of any better way to say this, it's a drug deal in the parking lot. It is cash for drugs. And I don't know how I fix that or how I fix that feeling of why curbside bothers me. I think we do have good partners that are willing to work together, and maybe at some point we can get off the cash, and then it won't be so objectionable to be in. And again, I admit that you guys can't fix that. That's not within your control. So I saw that the district attorney comment, Mr. Yu, and then I'll come back to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just as a real quick follow-up, I wanted to echo the sheriff's and your sentiments on the record on behalf of the district attorney. I didn't want any sort of a misinterpretation based on what I said earlier on the record. Mr. Woodbury's stance as the district attorney in support of a blanket prohibition should not in any way be construed erroneously as a stance against business. Like the sheriff and like the mayor, I mean, he is a huge proponent lawful businesses that are operating here in Carson City. And specifically with respect to these two establishments, he also had referenced specifically in his letter of support that he commends them, for a job well done. It's just this one aspect of the current operations, which is the cannabis curbside part of it, which, as he also noted in his letter of support for this ordinance, sort of cedes total control of that transaction to the consumer. And because it cedes total control to the consumer and sort of avoids or kind of steps outside this prophylactic measure of safety mitigation controls that would otherwise be available if the transaction were to be done completely at the interior of the establishment, that's where it creates and poses a potential safety issue for the community at large. So I wanted to echo that sentiment on behalf of the DA's office. He is a huge proponent of businesses. It's just that he feels as though this is a risk that's too great for the community to accept on a permanent basis.
Okay, I'm going to go around to each of the board members and then we'll circle back because they may have questions that answer where you're going anyway. So Supervisor Giomi.
So, I read the district attorney's letter as I read all the letters that we got, as we all do, and listened to Dan's comments. And I think if there were, in my mind, an issue here, it would be an issue of public safety. I guess, to me, that's the only issue. In deference to the sheriff, I don't see the comparison between allowing businesses downtown to sell outside their business and this as being a conflict. The city has a process in place to allow businesses downtown to use city easement to put tables. There's a process in place for them to do that. There are businesses downtown that currently offer service outside on property that they own or lease. There's curbside pickup all over town for restaurants, and in some cases, those restaurants own their parking lot. In some cases, they don't own their parking lot, but have permission of the parking lot owners. So I don't see this, personally, I don't see this as an exception. Is there a safety issue per what the DA said? I guess I could see that potentially there is. I think the greatest risk in that is from the consumer themselves. Yes, there's an ancillary risk, obviously, if violence extends beyond the vehicle or beyond the immediate area because it's become more readily available. I guess in my mind, a well-done operation with curbside service that is provided under camera with security, I just think we should allow it. I don't think it reaches, I mean, obviously this is what this board has to decide. For me, I don't think a prohibition makes sense or is needed.
Supervisor Jones.
Well, I have a question. What if you had drive-by windows? Is that legal? Is that legal then?
So, Will Adler, for the record, I don't know if we do that here. Will Adler, yes and no. So a comment was made that why don't we have delivery or through the window or have a drive-through window? Well, drive-through is actually explicitly banned and prohibited during the medical marijuana days. So both these dispensaries are kind of medical marijuanas that converted into recreational marijuana. With the last year, drive-throughs have become legal under the recreational law with the changes the CCB made. So in the last year, yes, drive-thrus have become legal, but originally they were not legal. But today you could have one, but I don't believe the special use permits would allow a drive-through and consist of the ability to have a drive-through in Carson City the way we established them originally. But theoretically, we could modify it if we want to.
Marijuana is legal. And I kind of support what Supervisor Giomi said. We have takeout food all over this town, and it's not in front of the stores. I mean, I'm as big a proponent and user of it as anybody. Yeah, it's a convenience. I grant you that. But I don't think that should be the overriding factor. I'm not sure right now how I'm going to vote.
Thinking about it. Yeah. Okay, Supervisor Shute?
I appreciate everyone's input on this. On the issue or the conversation about convenience, it is a convenience, but I think there's a different element to that in that many of the users, I realize not all of the users, but many of them really are using it for pain relief, for mobility issues. And so I think in that light, it is a convenience worth supporting. I really appreciate the process of putting into place stricter guidelines. I huge kudos and shout out in that. I think it is really important because, again, as I mentioned before, I was a health teacher and I spoke to this, and so it's use for, it's a whole different conversation. I think it's super important that we as adults be mindful of our behavior, and but cannabis and marijuana, all of that is legal. And it is especially useful for folks who have pain relief issues. And I think it's appropriate to allow curbside pickup under the stricter guidelines and processes to where it's safer, it's more controlled, more succinct, and perhaps better regulated.
Supervisor White?
Thank you. I'll have to go along with Supervisor Giomi in regards to allowing restaurants on the sidewalks. The main difference there for me is that's a public sidewalk somebody's taking advantage of, and at these curbside locations, that's still on private property. So I don't go along so much with that correlation either. I'd like to kind of suss out a little bit the concern about the safety, robberies, and that sort of thing. As I understand, the way the curbside pickup takes place, there really isn't any more ability to create that robbery than exists today. Because if you're a ne'er-do-well and you're there to take somebody's product or money, every car that pulls up to that building has got a pocket full of cash. Every car that drives away from that building has product in it. When this exchange takes place, the money and the product are not in the same place at the same time. The money goes in the building, the product comes back out. I don't see where we're talking about increased safety. On our page 260, listed under beneficial effects of the prohibition, says it's going to decrease the risk of pedestrian and vehicular accidents in a parking lot. I really have to wonder how that got dreamed up, because if you're doing curbside, you don't get out of your car. The employee never goes more than a few feet away from the parking lot. So how does curbside delivery increase parking lot problems? How does curbside delivery increase parking lot traffic in general? This entire idea is completely inconceived, and in my opinion, it's been rushed through for no discernible reason. I've been involved with conversations about what's going on in the parking lots at the marijuana sales places. And yeah, it's kind of a malfunction sometimes. I live across the street from Sierra Well, and I'll be honest, it doesn't work well there with or without curbside delivery. I eat quite often at the Red Hut restaurant. I kind of like to go down there and park and watch that parking lot and see what's going on. And I find it incredible that, one, the people that are shopping there won't park in front of that store. They park down at the mattress place and walk in. I mean, even the employees giggle about it. So, you know, I don't see the safety concern. If we prohibit this and these businesses find another location that is conducive, better oriented parking lot, then they can't take this up. And so I can't support this.
You object to the improvements that they have recommended? That we can help control the number of parking places?
Yeah,
and
that's
the-
fine.
Oh, so I need to,
Yeah,
I just want to understand, as written.
As
But
written.
you're in favor of the mitigations and opportunities
Could
that have
support
been
that.
presented. Okay. I just wanted to clarify where we're going there. Supervisor Shooty?
And, you know, I don't think this is ill-conceived. I think it's a really important conversation because there are different points of view and there are some real concerns people have. And the difference with curbside versus going into the building is that the customer takes money into the building. The customer comes out of the building with product. Curbside, you have money and product at the same time. There lies.
No, you don't.
Well, they did yesterday when I watched it. They did.
So I have a couple
Yeah.
things. Maybe I
Please
could
speak to that.
explain the order of operations a little. Will Adler, for the record. I've heard a lot of sort of questions and comments throughout this. I've sort of been taking them down. So if I could just go through a couple. You know, as Supervisor Shooty said, you know, there's sort of a, you know, a lot of people don't know how curbside works, to be frank. And there's some misconceptions there. But it's actually truly, as Supervisor White said, maybe a lessening of traffic and safety concerns, right? One thing that we're hyper aware of in the industry is cash. As you said, we're a cash-only industry, and it's a big inconvenience because marijuana is still a Schedule I drug, and we cannot use credit cards and debit cards to purchase it. Well, you know, one thing that's a fact is some people out there would rob a man for marijuana. Most people are willing to rob somebody, will rob them for cash, right? Everyone wants cash. Only a few people want marijuana. So where we see the points of safety and concern are for us actually isn't us leaving the store with marijuana to give it to somebody in their car. It's somebody coming into the store with a lot of cash, walking into the parking lot. Their most vulnerable point is actually leaving their car to come into the store because somebody knows they're walking into a store with a lot of cash in their hand, right? That is actually the highest risk point. And then us leaving our stores at night with, you know, large quantities of cash to go to our banks and pay our taxes and stuff. That's the second point of danger is actually the cash, not the marijuana, not the operation. To limit that risk, curbside actually does a very good job because the operation works like this. You will order online and produce a sale. The sale actually happens ahead of time. It happens online on our website, and it's processed inside the store because it has to. The Nevada state law says all marijuana sales happen within a retail store. So we process it online in our stores on our end before you even come in. The sale is already done and completed on our end, and we've said your sale is done. You just haven't completed the purchasing payment part, right? You've purchased it, you've selected it, and to order online, you have to log your name and your ID on an online account. We will then match up that ID, your actual Nevada driver's license or whatever, with whatever comes to the store, okay? So if you order online and it says, Will Adler's got a giant order, $300 worth of products, and I show up there to pick it up, and I'm a 120-pound blonde woman named Sharon, and I'm here to pick up Will Adler's order, they won't give it to her. By God, we won't give her a thing because her name isn't Will Adler. She didn't complete the order, and it's not the right person on the ID. If the wrong person shows up to pick up that order, we won't give it to them. It's not their order. We will not let them order sitting there in the parking spot either if they did it wrong. You got to redo it. You got to leave the curbside spot and do an online order because the sale has to be done before you get there. These are all the rules of Nevada's curbside program. On top of that, if I show up and there's a kid in my car, no sale can happen. There can be no minors in the vehicle or around the vehicle. If we see somebody get out of your car at the gas station, then you pull up, we'll ask you who was in that car. Is that a teenager? If so, we won't sell them the marijuana either. We take it very seriously because that ID is for the whole car. If everybody in the car isn't over 21, we will not proceed to sale because the sale is to an adult in Nevada, right? ID check, we know what you're getting. We have an iPad, we complete the order, we're standing in front of you and say, we're checking you in, as we would do in the store, we're checking your ID, completing your order. Then and only then, we give them the total, the amount they owe, they give us the cash there, then we go back in the store with the cash. The process is done, the change is made, we get the products, then we bring them outside. There's no point where there's cash and marijuana in the car with the person at the same time by design. As it was said by the DA and others, there would be a serious risk if we said, hey, here's your order, put it to them, and then said, give us the money. We immediately saw the risk of somebody backing out of that spot and taking off. So to prevent that, they don't get the product until we get the cash. They don't have to give the cash until the order is confirmed, right? So it is the full state process, just kind of in your car. We scan that same ID on our iPad in your driver's seat, right? The same steps are taken. It just does feel separated. But by having it in our spots, at our stores, our parking spots are under our special use permit as well. We try to dedicate that we will bring that experience outside, and we had to for COVID. That's how we got here. So hopefully that clarifies a lot of the points of how does the cash get there? What's the order of operations? Is it secure? Because we truly feel like we try to make it as secure as possible, and the sales are done ahead of time. You just can't pay for it online, right? You got to pay for it in person with cash. But those risk factors we're trying to manage. But as Supervisor Shu said, it's not wrong to bring this up. It's not wrong to say, should Carson do this? Should Carson have a curbside policy or not? Well, curbside didn't exist when Carson had his ordinance first done for marijuana. And the state has declared, if you choose to do a curbside ordinance, please do so. It doesn't say you have to ban it or not. You can create an ordinance that fits your community because we believe in local control. So, you know, as you said, I don't think it's wrong to have this conversation. Just, I do believe it's a positive for the community and that our stores would really appreciate keeping it because the service it provides us to give back to others here. Yeah, thank you.
So it comes back to what I said in the beginning. Do you support open air sales of drugs in Carson City on public properties? It is public. A sidewalk is public. It's public access.
It's not in a sidewalk. It's not a public sidewalk. It's private property.
Stacy, you probably haven't watched it. It is public. It is out in the public view.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with you that it's in the public view, Sheriff. All I'm saying to you is that it's not public
So the
property.
question becomes, are we going to say yes to convenience or no to the public open sales of marijuana?
Supervisor White, and then I think we're going to try and bring this to a
Just a
discussion.
clarification, am I correct in that when you do this curbside, regardless of how many people are in the car, it's one sale per car, correct?
Yep. If you pull up, that vehicle can't have 5 people in it getting a curbside. It's one sale per car when
One
they pull
sale
up.
per car.
Yep.
But the other 4 individuals may feel free to walk into the retail location if they exceed the age of 21. Yes, I watched
So
that.
yeah. So if
Yes.
I've done
I'm
this.
just saying, the pre-order and the curbside is one transaction per car, but
Correct.
nothing prohibits someone from a retail
So
transaction.
I've done that myself, Mayor. I've
That's something else, right?
Will Adler for the record. But yeah, I've walked up and had a curbside order and thought, you know, I should have gotten a lighter, in fact, on that one. And I need something else. So I asked them, can I get out here and just walk in the store? And they said, no, we're really keeping these for curbside only. If you could repark, you can go in the store, get out of the store and go in. So that is an option. But really, they should try and say, if you're ordering curbside, to keep it to the order you have, because they try and really maintain the state mandates that we have the seed to sale tracking system. It's on us to maintain what leaves our store in that curbside process is accurate and scanned on the way out, or it's on us that we walked out of the store with a non-sold product that's outside our system. So we get doubly hit from the state as well. So yes, we do try.
So let me try something to bring this to fruition here.
unless I missed it, everyone here was okay with what was submitted to try and mitigate the methodology of the parking lot, getting rid of the advertising, putting up some screening, reducing it to only in front of their building. You know, you can't go put it on Highway 50. Did I get that general sense? Because if so, then what we can just do is direct staff to bring us back an ordinance that fits the mitigations, and they can just bring us back a new first reading to accommodate the letters, and we wouldn't take any action because they would have to bring it back. Is that, do I have that general feel here? Or is that, yes?
I wonder if in doing that, if we have the ability to address the timing issue,
Oh, what
right?
time?
So like, and I know this happens, but can we put it into the ordinance that with your scheduling, you're not having cars stacked up, waiting to get into the curbside. You come at noon, you get your business done, you're gone. The next car, you don't get there before 12:15.
Right.
You don't get there before 12:30, whatever the interval would be.
Okay,
Thank you.
yeah, that's a great, is there anything else that somebody else thinks should be added or discussed before it comes back again? Just so that if you have another idea that was not proposed by the industry, so
Do we have to-
intervals.
I guess my
else?
question is, do we have to do another public or a business impact statement, or
No,
it's
nope,
because this is a result of that?
correct. And so we'll just go back to a first reading though, because it'll be a substantial enough change in the, so is everyone all right with that? That we'll just have staff bring us a new one? I got a yes out of that. Okay. Then we're going to move on to agenda item 13. I'll accept a motion if you want it as a formal motion to just direct staff to bring us a new first ordinance, first reading. And I'll make that motion. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No? Okay. Supervisor White was the second.
Yes.
We're going to move on to agenda item
Thank you.
13A. Thank you. Which is the reinstatement of the full-time bailiff position at the courts. Does anyone have a question on the board? Seeing none, Supervisor Giomi, I'll take your motion.
I move to approve reinstatement of a full-time bailiff position as requested.
Second.
A motion and a second for approval. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 14A is discussion and possible action on our statewide agreement. Does any member have any questions on this one? We've been through it several times, but any final questions? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion. Supervisor Jones?
I move to approve and authorize the mayor to sign the agreement as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Okay, we're on discussion and possible action regarding purchases of equipment for the Carson City Parks and Recreation and Open Space. Oh, open space. It just says open, but that's okay. Open space. Got me for a second there. Does any member have a question on this item? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion.
I move to approve the purchases as presented.
I have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. We're now going to move on to item 16A, which is the appointment of hearing officer, and we need to set a compensation by rule for our hearings officer. Ms. Sullivan.
Very briefly, Municipal Code 1808 addresses nuisances. Upon finding a violation, the code enforcement officers will issue a notice of violation. The notice of violation can be appealed to the hearings officer. Currently, we do not have a hearings officer, so we have not been able to provide due process in some cases and have had to drop code enforcement cases because we can't provide for due process. Thus, the item before you. In considering compensation, the city manager and I have discussed it and contemplated something between $100 and $150 per case, as opposed to looking at an hourly situation. This way, if somebody has a case, they know what the compensation is regardless of the amount of time that's involved. With that, I'll turn it over to the board. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Supervisor Giomi?
Is there, in general, is there prep work? Is this like essentially like a court hearing where the adjudicator or the judge in this case doesn't have a tremendous amount of prep work to do? Staff does the prep work. Basically, it's the hearings officer sitting and listening to the hearing and the evidence presented and rendering a decision.
That's correct. It's a bit of a do-over, if you will. The staff will have done the work, identified that there is a violation, have documented the
Allegedly.
observation as well as the remedy as well as the violation. The person will say, staff, no, we think you got it wrong. And we'll say, okay, fine, we'll go to the hearings officer. The staff will have already done all that research and legwork.
Okay. And the comment here says the hearing officer shall not be an employee of the city. So I assume the intention there is that, are we contemplating paying them as a contract employee? Because otherwise, they're going to be an employee of the city.
Understood. I'll have the city manager speak to that.
I believe we're just going to pay them through contract through the accounts payable process. So they'd submit an invoice.
So they'd be a 1099 employee.
Right.
Okay,
1099.
essentially. Okay.
Supervisor White, you had a question?
Yes, in the proposed motion, it says that we're going to have an appropriate number of hearing officers. Do we have an idea of how many that is?
I've received inquiries from 3 different people. I don't know if others have received inquiries. The inquiries I have received have been essentially trying to understand what the position entails and so on and so forth. I think the concept of multiple is to give us the opportunity, if one's on vacation, because we have due process timeframes, we have somebody else to draw on to stay within our timeframes as required by code.
And conflicts of interest to it.
Right,
to
that's
make
a good
sure
point as well.
You don't have a next door neighbor or something of that
I
nature.
would
right?
anticipate no more than 3, to be honest, but I would leave it up to the city manager on how many applicants we have that are qualified.
Well, and the reality is if we're only paying them when they work, it doesn't really matter how
Doesn't
many there
matter.
are.
Right, doesn't matter. Okay, any further questions? So we really just need to decide, what do you guys think, $100 per case that we should pay them? And then we can always revisit this if we don't, nobody will do it for 100. I'm betting there was people in this city that would have done it for 0, but by rule, we need to do something. Miss Supervisor White?
So generally, do you have a sense how many hours a hearing officer will spend on a case?
Supervisor Jones was our hearings officer, and he has his hand up. He can maybe speak to his personal experience.
I was a hearing officer for probably 4 years, and I think I heard 5 cases. And I don't recall ever spending more than an hour and a half. And I never charged the city. I did it pro bono, free. So.
So
but
that
I
wasn't how you funded your retirement then?
didn't want to impact it, no.
All right, are we ready for a motion? Supervisor Giomi?
Sure. I move to direct the city manager to appoint in consultation with HR director an appropriate number of hearing officers to provide sufficient coverage for administrative proceedings and to avoid any conflicts of interest that may arise, and also move to fix compensation of each hearing officer at a rate of $100 per case heard.
Second.
Second.
And in a second, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you all very much. Okay, now we're gonna move on to item 16B. Discussion and possible action regarding an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to deny an appeal and uphold staff's decision. Is the attorney or representative present? Nope. Uh-oh. Let's see really quick. What I'm going to do while she contacts the appellant, let's see what the next item is. Oh, no, and that'll take too long. Let's see. I'll tell you what we're going to do then. We're going to move to item 17A while we contact, and they might have been listening online and probably driving down as fast as they can to second guess us when we're going to get to an item. So we'll move to 17A and then come back to the appeal. Thank you. Oh, he is here? Oh, I take that back. I'm so sorry. We thought you were listening online and driving as fast as you could. Okay, I did. Okay. Right at the back table. Got to watch out for us. Sometimes we're speedy.
Sometimes?
So what I'd like to do today, because maybe some of you as board members have not been through an appeal process, and so it's important that you understand the difference and what we're doing here. So I thought I would start off with the Deputy District Attorney attached to the Planning Commission, Mr. Reese. If you'd kind of take us through the appeal process itself and inform us of that, it would be wonderful. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor. This is an appeal of a Planning Commission decision denying an appeal of a staff administrative decision, upholding staff's administrative decision to require condition number 8, extending a water main prior to the recordation of a final map. These, pursuant to NRS and Carson City Municipal Code, these appeals are authorized to come before the Board of Supervisors. To appeal, the applicant has to basically identify issues for this board to consider, and he also has to have standing to appeal. Pursuant to CCMC 1802.060 subsection 4, the applicant, a project applicant may file an appeal of an adverse Planning Commission decision. In this case, Mr. Horniman is the applicant, and so there's really no question as to his standing to appeal to this board. Because this is an appeal, as opposed to the board making a decision, you have to keep in mind a standard of review. The decision of whether to grant or deny the applicant's appeal to the Planning Commission was within the discretion of the Planning Commission. Therefore, the standard of review for an appeal from the Planning Commission is whether the Planning Commission abused its discretion. Within the abuse of discretion standard, there's a very specific standard applicable to the evidence that was presented, and that is that's called substantial evidence. And if substantial evidence supports the Planning Commission's decision, then it is not an abuse of discretion. And if you made that finding, that it would then you would be upholding the Planning Commission's decision. Substantial evidence itself is defined by the courts as evidence which a reasonable mind might accept as adequate to support a conclusion. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's that all of the evidence supports the conclusion. It means that there's enough that a reasonable mind could come to that conclusion. The abuse of discretion and substantial evidence standards do not involve you deciding for yourself, the board deciding for itself, how the board would have handled the appeal to the Planning Commission. That's essentially the procedural aspect of the appeal. With that, if the mayor would like, I can summarize what went on at the Planning Commission, or I can turn it over to Ms. Harris.
Actually, what I'd like to do procedurally, since this is an appeal, the applicant should let us know. And for the record, please present your rationale for the appeal, please.
I will. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Members of the board, Jim Cavilla for the record, on behalf of Corey Horniman, in this case, the appellant. And the only thing I would add to the Deputy District Attorney's description of the standard here and the standard of review, there's sort of another question that you have the authority to ask. Was the law applied appropriately? Was your city ordinance followed? And that's really the issue in this case, is whether or not your ordinance was complied with by imposing this condition on this parcel map. And so that's really the only issue that I see. And the issue is your ordinance says proposed places of residential use within the following distances from a water system are required to hook up. And what it says, within the following distances from the water system, a residential development of this size, a small one, this is 2 lots at the most, within 400 feet of an existing water main. That's the only question. Is this proposed place of residential use within 400 feet of an existing water main? And sort of the odd thing here, if you've read the materials you've seen, there's a water main in the road there, right in front of these parcels. But it's some sort of force main that can't be hooked into. So we had to go to the next nearest place to hook into. And what we're told is that that's at the intersection of Vista Ariana and Coombs Canyon Road, where there's a valve, and that's where everybody agrees. That's where you can hook up. So we tasked our surveyor, this property owner tasked the surveyor with, what's that distance? And it came up just over 400 feet. And I guess my concern is in the staff reports at the previous hearings of this at the administrative level and the planning commission, one says the measurement proved the water main to be over 400 feet from the nearest property corner. Then the water main extension would not be required. And then they go on to say that the staff interprets this measurement, even though the surveyor's measurement in that case was 400 feet, 2 inches, staff interprets this measurement to be 400 feet. Well, 400 feet and 2 inches isn't 400 feet, it's 400 feet and 2 inches. And then at the next level, at the following, I believe this was the staff report for the planning commission meeting, they say it's staff's opinion that 400 feet, 2 inches is nominally 400 feet away. Well, it is. It's about 400 feet, but we're dealing with a law here, an ordinance. We all got to follow the law. And if somebody wanted to make the law 600 feet, we could have made it 600 feet, could have made it 402 feet. But the law says 400 feet. Is it within 400 feet? And nobody's argued with us that it's not within 400 feet, then you don't have to hook up. So, and I got one additional piece of information, and this is in your packet, but this is just a complete picture of, and one additional piece of information on it. I believe it's page 21 of your packet, has a blow-up sort of the survey. This is the complete survey, and I provided this to staff in the DA's office, but late yesterday, unfortunately, before your packets went out. So I have copies for everyone and copies for this public if somebody wants to see it.
For the record, that was page 337 of the board packet.
21 of this particular item. So can I come up there and hand
So what he has is different than what we have.
This is a complete picture of this with one additional measurement. But it's the same survey done by the same surveyor. And the only survey that I'm aware of that's been done with this. Thank you.
It's fine.
You may have a few extra copies.
And we do have one for the public, so we can consider. Thank you. Just want to make sure.
Need more? I have more.
Yep. We just needed to make sure we had a public one on the, we can't.
Supervisor
consider it.
Supervisor Joe, to answer your question, the document that was The document that's in the, on page 337 of the packet is essentially a blow-up of what was just handed out.
Okay. Okay, and what this shows, excuse me, in the original blow-up one that you have, shows the 400.15 feet, the distance from the existing water line from the northwest quarter of the parcel was determined by, in this original, that distance, he used the west edge of the pavement of Coombs Canyon Road. So it's a little further from actually the property line. And then didn't use the distance across the street, but then the 400.15 feet is the distance along what is the south side of Coombs Canyon Road, following the same angle as the street, as the road. Well, I'll go back to, when I was looking at that, I'm like, well, that's not really the distance from the property to where I can hook up. It's really not. It's the angle. I mean, obviously, the distance of the pipe we're going to have to put in is going to be a lot more than 400 feet, because you're going to have to bring it all the way to the house. You're going to have to bring it across the street and in the right of way and all that's going to be closer to 500 feet before you're done. But what this says is the distance is from the proposed place of residential use to the existing water system. So if we just use the closest point on that parcel, which is the southwest corner of parcel 4 on this map, to the point on Ariana, Vista Ariana, where we can hook into the property line, into the water line, that actual distance is 404.4 feet. So in fact, it's not 2 inches, it's 4 feet. I don't know if that doesn't change it in my mind. It doesn't change it legally. It's not within 400 feet. And I think for that reason, we can't impose this condition. I get it. I understand the purpose of this condition. I understand not wanting more domestic wells in this community and the impact it has on the aquifer and all those things. And we're talking about hooking people up to sewer so we don't continue to impact our aquifers and all those things. I get it. But this we're talking about is a maximum of 2 lots. This subdivision or this parcel map includes 2 lots. And if we look at, this is page 37 of the packet. I don't know what page that is of your total packet, but it looks like this. This was part of the city supplemental information. You'll see there the 2 lots being created by this parcel map are 4A and 4B. And the property owner has indicated, I believe he's indicated this to Heather and staff, that his intention is actually to do away with that middle property line. And we're only going to end up with 1 new lot. 4A and 4B are going to be a single lot. So what we're talking about now, impact-wise, is a single domestic well. And so, again, I get the purpose for the ordinance. I get the purpose for the deal, but the ordinance says what it says. It says within 400 feet, and we're outside 400 feet. I can tell you there's other jurisdictions in this state that have a similar ordinance with a longer distance. I think Douglas County's, don't quote me on this, but it's more than 1,000 feet. I think it's within 1,600 feet, and you got to hook up. So what I'd say is the property owners in this city have the right to rely upon the ordinances, and you have an obligation to apply those laws fairly and equally. And if we want to change them, then let's propose changing them. But this application, when it was filed, that's the standard. And I don't think condition 8 can be applied to this parcel map.
Thank
Happy
you.
to answer your questions.
I want to start with that the appeal simply addresses 12.01.210, which is your measurement component. Are you suggesting that that particular ordinance is an exclusive first look to determine that there are not other provisions of either state law or municipal code that is utilized? Because I'm perplexed a little bit because I don't believe it's mutually. It doesn't say if
Yeah,
this,
well,
that's the first look.
right.
So
I-
can you
I-
answer
here-
that for
Yeah,
me?
how I would answer that is, yes, there, you have general provisions in state law, even in your own code, that same ordinance has some general language about what you can do to reduce impacts. But there's a rule of law in interpreting ordinances and applying them, that you have to apply the more specific. And if you have a specific rule about something, you can't then say, oh, but by the way, if we don't like the way it fits this situation, we can apply whatever we want. We have a specific rule that says if you're within 400 feet, you have to hook up. Well, that says if you're not within 400 feet, you don't have to hook up. You can't, and if that's the way you wanted it, don't put 400 feet in here and say it's up to the discretion of the city department and the engineering department to decide whether or not somebody should be required to hook up. So I would say the specific has to apply over the general when it fits the situation exactly, and that's what we're talking about here.
So that is the sole component piece of your,
And that was the only reason ever stated at the administrative level or the planning commission level, was that 400 feet, 2 inches was nominally 400 feet. It's effectively 400 feet, whatever language they used. That was the reason. You're outside 400, you're within 400 feet, so you got to hook up.
and maybe, and then we can, I don't see anyone else's hands up yet, so I'll continue on that vein then. So,
Just
oh.
one thing real quick. Just, I want to
Go ahead.
confirm that we're talking, the corner we're talking about is this corner right here, correct?
No, up,
This corner.
next one. No, further north.
Well, this is
Lord of
north.
yours.
Mr. Gioni, northwest, sorry.
The far edge
That-
of the
that
green.
corner.
There you go.
That, from there to the corner of Vista Ariana, where the water line is 404 feet.
So we're talking to this corner of 4A.
The closest.
That corner of
the-
4A.
The part, yes, which is the closest point on the parcel that's being parceled, that this parcel map has been
And that's
prepared
again
for.
because he's eliminating 4B.
No, even if I don't eliminate 4B, that's the closest point. I just said that for your purposes of,
Okay,
that the impact is one lot instead of two.
Okay.
But
That's not up for discussion
not- I guess
today and
that's-
shall not be used
Right.
in consideration because we're
I get it.
simply
I'm just-
reviewing the planning commission.
I get it.
Okay, I just want to bring that up. I also want to note one other thing, and I'm slightly perplexed a little bit differently too. When the original map was done, it is stamped with the condition that it will hook up to the water. Is that correct?
The
Before he
origin-
ever put his.
The
it
original, the
is-
first map,
Yeah.
for years ago, I believe it is.
The map that split the parcels is indeed stamped that it will hook up to water. And that condition was approved and was not requested to be removed or anything of that nature to anyone. So that condition was accepted and done when that map was recorded, correct?
But there was a waiver to that condition. as
Two
a-
different things. The map
Says it. It
was
says it. The record's
recorded
the
and
record.
done that. The other parcel is what got an exception because of the midline water main that you were talking about, that it was too high pressure. or
Right,
whatever. I just want to,
which is the exact same issue that applies to these parcels, because the water line runs right by these parcels, these new parcels too.
we can
I-
talk about whether staff, or we won't, but maybe staff erred on the first round of exemption, which thereby has caused the ripple effect here. But Mr. Reese, can you answer for us? Because I think that's the issue. Does that law, is that a first hit? Is he correct that it's specific and therefore you can't move on to the other areas of our code?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Todd Reese, Deputy DA for the record. The District Attorney's Office's interpretation isn't the same. It's not that 400 feet is the end-all and be-all. In CCMC Section 12.01.210, there are a series of requirements. And the general requirement in subsection 1 that Mr. Caviglia referenced is that Water main lines shall be extended by the applicant from the city's existing system to the proposed place of water use if, then there's A, B, C, and D. And C is that a residential development is within 400 feet of a water main. However, moving down to CCMC, as to section 5 of that same section, which is 12.01.210 subsection 5, that provides another a method by which the city could require that a water line be extended. And that specifically says that the applicant shall be responsible for the construction of the water line or the water line system costs along any of the property sides or frontage of the property along which a water line is needed for the overall completeness and continuity of the city's water main system. In the Planning Commission staff report on page 327 of the packet, the staff did excuse me, 329 of the packet. The staff did cite to that that specific CCMC provision as being an additional basis for requiring that the applicant extend the water line. In addition, there is also the parcel map that the mayor mentioned that does the prior parcel map, which I believe is parcel map number 2909, which in condition number 10 states that the parcels must connect to the city's water system. And then under NRS 278.462, which is specific to the parcel map process as opposed to the larger subdivision process, and to make myself clear on the differences between those, the parcel map is used in a situation where there is less or 4 or less parcels being created, and there's a different process that's if there's 5 or more parcels being created. NRS 278.462 subsection 2 says that the city, if it anticipates based upon adopted ordinances that the parcels will be used for residential purposes, may require off-site water supply provisions as necessary and consistent with the existing use of land zoned for similar use, which is in 660 feet of the proposed parcel. In this case, there's land right across the street that is required to hook up to city water. There's subsection 3 of that same statute also says that for a second or subsequent parcel map, the city may require any reasonable improvement, but not more than would be required if the parcel were a subdivision. In the that NRS provision was also referenced in the city staff report. And that is on page 327, I believe. And those provisions were also discussed by the Planning Commission on the Planning Commission record. The video reflects that Commissioner Perry was concerned about the city being fair and being consistent and requiring, his comments were that the city would require any other developer in the same position to extend the water line. And so he felt that it was consistent to require the applicant to extend the water line in this case. Commissioner Eswine also stated that it was reasonable to require the water main to be extended. And that tracks NRS 278.462 subsection 3. And the commission also discussed in general discussion the need to maintain the completeness and the continuity of the water system, which is CCMC subsection 12.010.210 subsection 5. So staff doesn't believe that the that the city's decision was made solely upon the 400 feet. There were other bases for the city to require, bases for the city to require the applicant to install a water line, and we believe that those were discussed, and the Planning Commission's decision and the community director's decision before that was based on those factors as well.
Thank you. Ms. Ferris, do you have additional points of discussion that we should consider from the Planning Commission?
So I don't have anything additional at this point, but I think maybe Mr. Rice would be able to shed a little bit of light on the decision-making process on staff side.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, City Engineer Randy Rice for the record. I think Mr. Reese kind of stole my thunder there. But that's
He's ready.
But that's okay. I'm perfectly happy. What you have in front of you is a brief presentation we're going to put together summarizing essentially the exact points that Mr. Reese had already explained. So I don't think there's a lot of benefit to going through that again unless there's specific questions on that. But to that point, I do agree that staff's decision was not solely based on just the 2 inches. There are other factors here. Mayor Bagwell, you kind of pointed to the fact that maybe staff made a mistake in 2017. And, essentially that's why we're here today. Staff is not perfect. We sometimes make mistakes. We try to make those fewer than often. But in that case, I agree that was probably a mistake in enforcing this rule back in 2017. Thankfully, there are some saving conditions within code that allow us to reevaluate these opportunities. And with that being said, we're not asking for the full ramifications of those improvements to go down the entire frontage, which would be applicable in this case back in 2017. What we're simply trying to do is work with the applicant to find something that is reasonable and just, not only to the other developers and residents in this town, but we also don't want to shed that burden then on the next developers or the next people that want to come and enjoy Carson City and their parcels as well. And so we actually have some of those cases active here in town right now, where at some point along the line, in the past, we failed to make these requirements. The person then further downstream in the system, doesn't matter what utility is, could be sewer or water, is now forced upon that burden to put in the entire stretch of those utilities, or it's on the city to make those connections, right? Which is not necessarily a fair way to do it either. And so with those experiences, we felt like this was an instance where we could negotiate with the property owner and at the same time make things right.
I don't see any questions, so I will give the applicant another opportunity to discuss.
Thank you, Mayor Bagwell. You're going to find this hard to believe, but you 2 lawyers that disagree. I know you probably never hear that. But let me address the legal issues and this idea that somehow this general language overrules the specific language. In your ordinance 12.01.210, those 2 provisions are in the same section, 210. Section 1 and Section 5. So if Section 5 means what they say it means, which they can do whatever they want, they can apply whatever condition they think is appropriate, then why is Section 1 in there? Why is that? Why is it there at all? What I think Section 5 really is, Section 5 says, and I'll read the whole thing because I think it's worth it. Participation. The applicant shall be responsible for the construction of the water line system or the water line system cost along the property sides or frontage of the property along which a water line is needed for the overall completeness or continuity of the system's water system. That's when, if in Section 1, you can require the property owner to put in a line, that says he has to put in a line along the whole front of his property, if you can require him to put in the line. But you got to read the statute together. You got to read the ordinance together. You can't pull it apart. It says in Section 1, you can require me to do it if it's within 400 feet. Okay, and then with respect to 278.462, if it anticipates based upon a duly adopted ordinance and plans, I would purport that 12.01, your ordinance, was adopted in furtherance of 278. You put a standard in for when you have to hook up, just like lots of communities in Nevada have done. 278 is an enabling statute that allows you to adopt ordinances to protect your water system. And that's what you did. And it says if you're within 400 feet, you have to hook up. So I think it's that simple. And I'm, I appreciate the purpose of it. And I appreciate trying to protect the aquifer and complete the water system and make things better in the long run. But we all have a right to rely on the ordinances as they exist. So I'll happy to answer questions if you have them.
So you do agree, though, that the parent parcel of which this was done was within 400 feet? If I were to take that your case is correct, that it has to be within 400 feet?
They're all within 400 feet of that pressured line that goes in front of them, but we can't hook up to that. So I think a practical reading of 210-1C1 is when it says from the existing water system, it has to be from the existing water system that I can hook into. You can't say it's 400 feet from a portion of the water system that I can't hook into. I'm just saying you got to read it rationally.
But my question, and maybe it's really for staff too, is the original map, when you gave them the waiver of the condition of the map, it was because of you thought he was going to hook into the main one going. But was not the water line that we're discussing now within 400 feet from that original map?
No,
Yeah.
no, let me
Yes,
let me address that first, and then I'll let
and then they
you know,
can. That's fine.
Mr. Reich go ahead, obviously. That original map is further south. It's further south and to the west. If the closest place to hook up is Vistiarani, you're even further away. So I don't know, maybe I missed something.
No, I think you are absolutely correct, Mayor. The original parcel was actually created in 1987.
Right.
And back in 1987, there's actually note 6 stamped on parcel map 1448. And on that parcel map, it states explicitly that you shall not connect to the 12-inch transmission main on that parcel map. Subsequently, in 2017, when this map was created off that original map, which, as you can see in the presentation I provided, there are 2 lines that run along Coombs Canyon. There's the 12-inch transmission main that runs the entire stretch. Then there's also an 8-inch and a 6-inch distribution main that run north of Vista Ariana Road and also through Vista Ariana Road, easy for me to say. So to answer your question, you are correct. That line was able to be connected to, not the transmission main, but the distribution main. It runs for 600 or 800 feet up the road there. And in my opinion, that is why staff required that note to be included on parcel map 2909, so that future parcels created or any additional future parcels created from that map would then be subject to this policy.
Thank you. Supervisor White, you have a question?
Thank you. I guess I'm curious how we go about determining the length from the measurement to where you're going to hook up. Do you measure from the property line following the route of the proposed water line? Is that how you figure out what the length is?
Traditionally, that has not been how staff has evaluated that. It's been based on essentially the perpendicular distance, essentially the way the surveyor has outlaid his original measurement, not the 500 feet that has been discussed here today, but the 400.15. That is traditionally how staff has evaluated this issue.
So this map that we were given today, that shows the distance being 400.15. We're talking about engineer measurements, which are tenths, not fractions like we ordinarily use. 400 feet, 2 inches essentially. So I guess, am I to assume that staff believes 400 feet and 2 inches fits the description within 400 feet?
And it's a very complicated, decision in this case. 9 times out of 10, we're nowhere near this mark. Usually we're hundreds of feet, tens, hundreds, thousands of feet away from the 400 feet. The reason why, in my opinion, even though we're talking engineering measurements using fairly precise equipment, I've operated in AutoCAD for nearly 2 decades. I've been doing this for a long time. I've been in the environment in which the surveyor works to create these maps, okay? just because the points are input in there at a certain northing and easting and the certain distances measures, we're talking about a two-dimensional line that has no slope, it has no elevation. It likely was not created in a three-dimensional environment, right, for time savings. And depending on how you draw the line, how you strike the line and what you're calling perpendicular, depending on how you draw your arcs and your radii in the drawing, depending on whether or not those lines are connected, if they have angle points attached to them, can greatly affect this simple measurement here. And so there are a number of user inputs and errors that can take place, although small, to where, in my opinion, we're at 400 feet here. There's not enough certainty in this number here where 400 feet or 402 feet should be an issue. If we were 20 feet away, I'd say, yeah, that it's close enough. You know, the information is provided sufficiently. That being said, staff feels that there are other issues at play here, the parcel map being the primary issue. But to answer your question, in my opinion, professionally, there are too many small error factors that could be included in the process from going into the field and collecting the data, inputting it into the computer, having a technician or have that person then draw the line, do an offset, et cetera, to be able to come up with a number that precise in this instance.
400.9 feet fall under that same description?
Again, that's why this is a technical discussion. It's very difficult. You're right. I think it would be on a case-by-case basis.
So you're telling me, not to be condescending, please don't take it this way.
Understood.
Your inability to come up with an accurate number should lay over on the developer?
It's not my ability. I didn't put this map together, right? So we're taking this at face value. And again, we also, staff asked for this information ahead of time. It was not provided. I also asked for a digital version of this so I could review and make sure that the information, I agreed with it. It was not provided. So, you know, we have to go on the information we have. And again, back to your point, I'd like to not focus on this. To me, this is not the primary issue. It is the parcel map. The parcel map and the support we have through code and what was agreed upon by Mr. Horniman. He executed and signed that parcel map with staff present, and it's recorded. To me, that is the key to this question. They've asked and we answered. They said, we want to parcel this map, and we said, yes, you can connect to the water line.
And again, just to remind the members of the board here, it's not whether you would have personally, sitting as the decision maker, voted for or against it. This is an appeal. Do we find that the Planning Commission did not properly consider the items before it? And so we're rendering the decision of whether or not we're upholding the Planning Commission's diligence on the item. So that's why I just want to make sure we understand what we're voting on, not whether we think staff did everything stellar or not stellar. Again, not our own opinions. It's just whether or not the Planning Commission considered the items and had enough evidence to support their decision. It doesn't mean we would have come to the same decision necessarily, but I just want to put that on the record that we're determining whether or not the Planning Commission erred. So Supervisor Schutte?
I believe in light of the parcel map that was signed, that says all parcels must connect to the city water system, coupled with the evidence that a reasonable mind would find supportive of the conclusion, I feel it is appropriate to deny the appeal and affirm the decision of the Planning Commission.
I don't see any other hands raised by the members of the board. Is there any final comment? I will give the applicant one last discussion point before we take action.
Thank you. Careful when you give a lawyer another chance.
I know, I just want to be fair, or I'm trying to be fair.
I'll be very brief.
Thank you.
You know, the question is, you're going to apply the law like it's written. It's simple. The law says what the law says. Are we going to apply it or aren't we? The law is very specific. If you're within 400 feet, you got to hook up. It doesn't say if you're not within 400 feet, you don't have to hook up, but, if you own a piece of property, you'd think if I'm not within 400 feet, I don't have to hook up. And I think that's a reasonable thing for somebody to rely on. That's very specific. And so I think for that reason, the condition should be removed. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Reese, you're looking at me like you want to have a final, the other lawyer gets their final closing also. Okay.
But I'll keep in mind the burden's on me.
There you go.
I simply wanted to address, this is Todd Reese, Deputy DA for the record. I simply wanted to address CCMC Section 12.010.210. It's titled Main Extensions. Mr. Cavilier is correct that the subsection 1 has the general requirements for main extensions. And these cover adequate fire protection, industrial, commercial type use, the section we're talking about here, which is residential use and industrial, commercial residential development. The statute then goes on. It discusses the location and the size of the water mains, but then subsections 4 and 5 again address extending the water main in certain circumstances. Subsection 4 addresses system capabilities. And this is addressed at when the existing system does not have the sufficient capacity to properly serve the proposed development, when the water lines aren't designed to deliver a minimum standard of pressure through the water lines, when the water lines are inaccessible to the city. Those are separate requirements where a developer may be required to either extend a water line or in some cases dig up and replace a water line. And subsection 5, which is what we've discussed earlier, is in that same vein. It simply discusses the overall completeness and continuity of the city's water main system so that staff can more effectively manage the city's water system. And so, again, we do believe those are separate bases for requiring an extension of a water main.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to, Ms. Schuette's already made her comment, so we can either each comment or I can accept a motion. And I think I'm going to just right off the top actually tell you that I agree with Ms. Schuette. The applicant knew what the conditions were when he signed on the map. And so he knew he was to hook up to the water. So I don't find that the Planning Commission erred in their review of the processes. We have differing answers from the attorneys, and I agree with that, but I think that the Planning Commission chose where they wanted to go, and I don't find the results absurd. So I just want to say that on the record, right? And so for me to overturn them, I'd have to find that their results were, you just didn't have any basis, that nothing presented to you should have swayed you to that decision. And I don't find that. I think that they used more items than you would recommend, that you think the first code is the overarching first answer and you can't go past that. So I think that the Planning Commission used a robust amount of information, not solely the 400-foot discussion. And so I don't find the Planning Commission's work to be absurd, but I'm with Ms. Schuette on this, but we can have more comments, or somebody want to make a motion? Nothing here, so motion?
I move to deny the appeal and affirm the decision of the Planning Commission.
Do I have a second? I'll second that motion so that we can vote it up or down. So all those in favor of denying the appeal, please say aye. Aye. I didn't hear it on. So Supervisor Giomi has not voted? He's thinking about it. Okay, so for the record, the motion, Mayor Bagwell, Supervisor Jones, and Supervisor Schuette are in the affirmative. Supervisor Giomi and Supervisor White are in the negative, so the motion has carried. Thank you. And thank you all for tough work on this one. Thank you. Okay. I did. I was the second.
Yeah.
It's a tough nut. Okay, we're going to try, thank you very much.
Can I just race like 2 minutes?
Go real quick
Thank
while
you.
they're setting up.
Okay.
That works, because we're coming to the end of the agenda. We're rounding out the day. You don't have to stay for this if you don't want to, because there's no actions, other than what I already told you we were going to potentially do. Right? What, okay. No. I'm going to do what we talked about on the phone, right?
I would say keep as many as you can, and definitely sales tax should be one of them. Because my idea is we take that other weddings.
Yeah.
Yes to anything you say.
Oh, gosh, take that back.
That's just one person. You still gotta come to that.
Okay, we're going to come back to order. We're going to move on to agenda item 17A, which is a discussion and possible action dealing with our roadway funding. Ms. Maloney, will you please take us through this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Lucia Maloney, Transportation Manager. There's a lot of information here. I tend to speak rather quickly. I know it's been a long morning for you. If at any point you have questions, please don't hesitate to interrupt and we can have a discussion as we go. Today I'm going to start with a history of transportation funding here in Carson City. I think it's important to establish a common understanding of some background. I'm also going to provide some different ideas and strategies we've tried here locally to stretch our limited local dollars as far as they'll go. And as you'll see in the presentation, it's simply not enough. Over the past year, staff have worked to identify a number of potential revenue options. I'll provide some information to you about that. And then should there be board interest to pursue any of those options, a potential approach for implementation and what would happen next. Before we go into transportation funding, it's important, I think, to define what we mean when we say transportation funding. Carson City is fairly unique. We handle everything ourselves, from maintenance of signs, pavement markings, concrete, shoulders, street sweeping, potholes, crack filling, We handle weather events, plowing, tree pruning, ditch clearing, graffiti removal and patching. We also handle the pavement, the preservation, the rehabilitation, the reconstruction. We do all of the complete streets, including safety improvements, bicycles and pedestrians, and transit. And then operations of our control systems, including timing, coordination, the poles and supports, and detection. There is a lot here. Many of you have seen this slide before, this pavement preservation and condition graphic. The takeaway here is that when you have new pavement, that cost to maintain it at a level of green there, that first section, that pavement maintenance, it's really small, right? At that point, you're painting the asphalt black. When you perhaps wait a little bit and the roads start to deteriorate, now maybe you have to do some minor crack filling, maybe you have to fix the shoulders a little bit, and that cost to do a minor rehabilitation is a little bit more, right? When you let that time go and those roads deteriorate, now you're talking about major rehabilitation, recycling, or reconstruction, where the costs are substantial. The do nothing option, that maintain the status quo option, it does have a cost. That cost is real. And the question is, what do we do with the roads and the infrastructure that we don't maintain? Our transportation revenues are predominantly fuel tax revenues, and these are made up of from 5 different fuel tax sources. In total, Carson City receives approximately 14 cents of every gallon of gasoline sold in Carson City and 5 cents of every gallon of diesel sold in Carson City. And the RTC, the Regional Transportation Commission, and the Board of Supervisors have taken a number of actions through the years to provide additional revenue support for transportation. Most recently, the V&T sales tax plan of expenditure was amended to allow that portion after bond repayment to be used on road maintenance of our regional roads. I did want to clarify, there's a note on this slide that says it sunsets July 2027, and I would like to correct that and just note that the bond repayment of that V&T sales tax is anticipated to be completed in December of 2025. After that time, it may be possible through action of this board to extend that and use the full portion on transportation, and that's something that we could discuss if you'd like later. Additionally, when the waste management agreement was executed, the most recent one, there was a 3% franchise fee that was set aside for roadway maintenance. And then we've also seen periodic general fund transfers, most recently for school zones, a project on Center Street, the East 5th Street project, and the shoreline pavement markings for fiscal year 22. I wanted to note here on the bottom right of this slide, we do a really great job of leveraging our limited local dollars. From 2017 to 2020, we've leveraged just $7.7 million in local funding for over $38 million in transportation infrastructure projects. So that's a local match of 20%. I will take a moment to note, and many of you have heard me say this before, that federal funding is not eligible for use on our local roads. Those are our local neighborhood streets. You can think about local versus regional roads when I talk about those. As you know, your neighborhood street where your house is a local road where the traffic collects and it takes you from your neighborhood to a different neighborhood or the larger city or the neighborhood town. Those are regional roads. So that's functionally how we talk about those. In 2019, the Regional Transportation Commission approved the pavement management plan. This serves as staff's, essentially our policy direction for how we manage our limited roadway dollars. There are 5 performance districts within Carson City. We direct pretty much all of our roadway funding to a specific district each year. In fiscal year 22, where we are right now, we're in District 4, which is southwest Carson City, and including south of Colorado Street and west of the freeway. Now, it's expensive to maintain our transportation system. You've heard big numbers in the past, and there are certainly big numbers in your staff report. It's, hard to understand, and myself included, it's easy to question those numbers, right? It seems like you never hear the same number. Regardless of what the number is, I'd like to walk you through a couple of slides to give sort of an order of magnitude so that you as decision makers and the public can better understand kind of where we're at, order of magnitude. And when you do that, when you look at the roads, we have 281.4 centerline miles of roadway in Carson City that we own and maintain. 82.5 miles are regional roads, and the majority are local roads. 71% are local roads. Now, that the Regional Transportation Fund is our primary source of funding for maintaining our roads. And the payment management plan that I mentioned, it contains evaluation factors for how we prioritize our investment. Consistent with that plan, no local funding has been invested in our local roads since 2017. And I'm not sure why your slide is showing that up here, but it's good in the packet. So I'll say that again, no dollars have been spent on local roads since 2017. So before we even leave the starting line, 71% of our roads are left to degrade every year and get worse and worse and worse. And sure, our streets maintenance crews, they will come out, they will prune trees, they will do a pothole, but for the majority of the transportation system, it's being left to degrade. On this slide, I use fiscal year 2020 actuals. As you all know, our fuel tax revenue declined during COVID-19, so 2020 was used as sort of a normal that we could look at. When we look at fiscal year 2020 transportation revenues that were available to be spent on our system, we left all 198.9 miles of local roads completely untouched. 77.8 miles of regional roads were left untouched. And our funding went so far as to preserve or rehabilitate just 4.7 miles of roads, less than 2% of the city's transportation infrastructure. And when we do that, we have roads all over town in every district that are failing. We have roads all over town in every district that would cost more to rehabilitate than our total annual budget for citywide roads. And I've included some on this slide: Boeing Drive, Conestoga Drive in District 1, Beverly in District 2, Bighorn or Brick Road in District 3, Willow in District 4, and Combs Circle in District 5. The good news is, whether you agree or disagree with the numbers that are provided in the staff report that our consultants put together, if we agree that there's a problem and a shortfall, then there are options that Carson City has in our toolbox. So as directed by the Board of Supervisors at their retreat in 2020, staff spent the last few months working with consultants to identify revenue options and to better understand revenue needs for our system. We have Derek Morris from Morris Consulting Associates here to support me, as well as Louis Sabaha from Applied Pavement. And together they help put together all of the information in your packet. We have a really good team here with a lot of knowledge, so if you do have questions, we can bring them up as well. Potential revenue options. So nationally, when you think about transportation and roads, there's a traditional sort of user pays model. The fuel tax indexing was brought to the vote in Carson City in 2016. That is still an available tool. The vehicle miles traveled fee, or a road user charge fee, is something that they're looking at a state level. It's been implemented in Utah and some other places. And it's in that traditional column. There's also the opportunity potentially for assessment type approaches, like a general improvement district perhaps for maintenance, a program of local improvements under NRS 271, or something like a road or a transportation utility fee. And then there's sales and services type taxes. Transportation sales tax, property tax override, or supplemental government services taxes were all also looked at in the materials provided in your packet and the report. I do want to say that the legal opinions were not expressed by our consultant. However, the district attorney's office did review this and found no immediate fatal flaws to any of the mechanisms that were included. In examining these 8 potential mechanisms, 10 potential criteria were identified for possible consideration. And then to assist with the discussion, staff utilized Carson City's strategic plan, the strategic goals, to add a weighting score to the criteria. The weighted and the secondary number were multiplied to develop an evaluation score. And this is just one way to look at it, but it was provided as a way that we could start talking about these things. And when we did use this approach, the use of the program of local improvements ranked the highest for its ability to support the board's strategic goals. And then the General Improvement District also scored very high. On this slide, there are illustrative rates by funding option. This is a much more bigger, clearer, is provided in the packet. Again, this provides conceptual illustrative rates for each of the mechanisms. I will say that there is a lot to work out, and there's a lot of assumptions built into this table. You'll note that none of the identified options is the magic bullet for solving our transportation funding gap. But again, the two options that came out at the top with regard to the city strategic goals and within the authority of the Board of Supervisors could substantially reduce the funding gap, and those are the General Improvement District and the Program of Local Improvements. I will say that maybe it's too big of a lift to seek new legislation or to ask for, say, $20 million up front from our limited tax base. Instead, maybe we look at a mechanism that's within our control. Maybe we phase it in. Maybe we take an opportunity to earn the voters' trust and show them what we can do when given the chance. While I'm here, I also want to point out the transportation sales tax. For the record, this was also discussed at the Regional Transportation Commission on June 9th. Staff received a question yesterday about the NRS 377 enactment of a sales tax, a transportation sales tax, and whether that would require a vote of the people. I did consult with the District Attorney's Office, and NRS 377A would require a vote of a people. However, there's a provision in NRS 377B related to an increment available for transportation infrastructure, and staff's understanding is that this could be enacted by a supermajority of the board. So there may be multiple options, and those could be looked at if there was interest by the board. I'll sort of wrap up by saying there's often a cloud, a black cloud, that seems to appear when I walk into a room. People sort of look away. We don't have money for roads today, don't ask. And I think there's a misconception, but I also think that our system's expensive and it's hard to talk about. And sometimes, you know, it's easy for me to get wrapped up in the technical details, and I understand that sometimes providing that information makes it hard to kind of grasp what we're talking about. I will say that we've been very good at securing outside funding here in Carson City, and we've been very good at leveraging our limited local dollars to secure outside investment. That this last piece I think that we're missing is how to fund our local roads. If we want to have and maintain local roads, I think there's some really positive opportunities here to look at, and also some interesting policy discussions, and staff are looking for direction on how we approach that. The November 2016 gas tax ballot initiative was not successful. It was 65% voted no. And we reflected on why it was that bad at the Regional Transportation Commission. And I think staff received good direction about taking a different approach, about taking this opportunity to provide outreach and get input from our community. To that end, if the board were interested in having staff pursue a couple or a handful of mechanisms or one for further vetting, staff would propose a sort of a two-pronged approach. First, we would look at revenue, and this is more of the technical side of what does it mean legally? What are we talking about? A financial review, looking at policy alignment and where this fits into the municipal code, and then potentially a draft enabling framework. On the other side, in sort of a parallel track, we need to reach out to our stakeholders and our public, and we need to understand what they need to be comfortable with new revenues, if that's something that we want to pursue. How should revenues be transparently collected and administered? How should investments be prioritized and selected? How should expenditures be monitored and reported? And how can we do that in a way where it's a partnership with our residents? Supervisor Schutte or Mayor Bagwell may be able to provide additional comments from when this topic was discussed in June. Some of the mechanisms that staff heard that were seemingly liked were the Program of Local Improvements, the General Improvement District, and potentially the Transportation Sales Tax as well. For those members of the public that have hung in here all day and were waiting for this presentation, there is a survey that's been developed that should be on the Carson Proud website in the next week or so. It's critically important that we understand and you, the decision makers, have backing for, does the public agree the city should explore additional revenue options? How would they prioritize transportation investment? And how can we better communicate and report on those investments and decision making? So that survey, if not available today, should be up there in the next few business days. And with that, I look forward to your discussion, and I appreciate any questions.
Does anyone have a question?
I do.
Supervisor White?
If we can go to you look at the blue and the orange line there on that bottom chart, current revenue plus 50%. Current revenue is 2.8 million, but 50% of that is 1.4, and so shouldn't that number be 4.2 million rather than 3.9?
You can come on up and state your name for the record, please. Not 50% of each component piece. Go ahead.
Hello.
I know it's. Yeah.
My name is Luis Ibaja. I'm with Applied Pavement Technology. The reason being for that is because there was some money that was already dedicated for it, so for that specific scenario that was not going to be increased. So that 50% was on the base money, not the additional funds that were already existing.
And remember, we transferred when we can from the general fund. Yes.
That's
So
not
those are
all
just one
reflected
times.
here, right?
Yeah.
Well, so that's the same basic question on the next two, the gray and the yellow. I mean, we agree that we're failing at 20.6, but the next yellow one says the 19.3 is going to get us up to 70 and 50 on the locals. So the same answer there?
So yes, basically the way the software in these scenarios are ran, it takes into account the backlog that already exists in the network. So basically, there's already failing pavements. There's also deterioration models that are built in based on conditions that are collected periodically. So with time, those roads will continue to deteriorate, even the ones that are at a higher range. With time, they'll deteriorate and go down. And that backlog, the roads that have already been below a certain level of service, will need to be reconstructed. And other roads that have not been touched or maintained will also reach that point. So even if you put all this money in, the backlog is already so large that catching up is going to take a long time and a lot of money to do.
Okay. If we can go over to page 361 down at the bottom, equity, the very first one. Can this method of collection be structured to account for socioeconomic equity? Can you define socioeconomic equity for me?
For the record, Derek Morse Associates Consulting. Socioeconomic equity has a lot of complexities to it, but generally what we're talking about is there an undue burden on people that have lower incomes as opposed to people with higher incomes? It's right now, at this point in our history, this has become an extremely touchy subject and an issue that we hear all the time, both at the state level here in Nevada and the national level as well.
Being over to page 365 on our packet, page 8 in the needs and funding report. In the last paragraph, line 6, it talks about special benefits conferred by the roadway system. What does that mean? Special benefits conferred by the roadway system.
Again, for the record, Derek Morse. That term, special benefits, is very common in the NRS and typically in other statutes where they talk about making assessments on properties as opposed to property taxes. And when you set assessments, you typically are looking at a property, what benefits are conferred by these improvements to that specific property. And this can be gauged many different ways. One way that's very common is that they'll look at the value of that property without those improvements as opposed to with these improvements. For example, if you have a piece of property and it has no sewer or water service, it's worth a certain amount of money. If you run sewer and water service to it, how much more is that property now worth? You can take the same approach with roadway improvements too. The access to transportation, and that can be either in the immediate sense that they have access to a road, or you can look at it in a broader sense of the entire transportation system for the community. Does that increase or decrease the value of that property? And it's that increment, if you will, that's the special benefit.
If we could move over to the roadway funding options. Page 3 there, when it's talking about the general improvement district, way down, second to the last bullet point on the second line there, it says that this statute is silent regarding the exact basis of assessment, but must be based on benefits. There is no definition of premises in this chapter. Can you kind of expand on that? What does that mean?
Again, for the record, Derek Morse. If you look at that language in 318, the first thing I'll say is that it was drafted at a time when the circumstances, the state of the art was what it was. And so there are some concepts and mechanisms that have developed since then that this statute doesn't quite capture squarely, okay? So when we look at benefits, again, we're talking special benefits in this case. What benefits does a property receive for having improvements made to the transportation system in this case? And when we talk about premises, I did quote in my report, I believe, that the actual language of the statute, it talks about you can assess property and premises. It says that in the statute under 318. And the question is, well, what do they mean by premises? It's not defined within that statute. There may be some definitions elsewhere in the NRS, and I suspect that if we looked at all those, we'd see some conflicts between how premises was defined in one section of the NRS versus others. But this opens, I think, the opportunity to look at not just assessments based upon property itself, but premises, which are defined in other types of mechanisms as being, a building, a place of business on the property. Okay, so you could, for instance, if you use that definition of premises, go beyond assessing the property owner for the special benefit to assessing then the actual business activity that takes place on that property. For instance, if I own a piece of property and it's commercial and I've got multiple businesses on there, you could perhaps, with the language, assess me as a property owner, and I'd have to pass it on to my tenants. Or if you're allowed to assess premises, you could, let's say I had an automotive repair shop on my piece of property as one of the businesses. That repair shop, the person who is running that repair shop, who has that business, would have the assessment, not the property owner. And the reason this becomes perhaps significant is in places where they have used this type of mechanism, they found that it's more palatable, if you will, to most property owners, particularly those commercial property owners, if the assessment is made on the premises, on the activity, rather than them having to get involved and do all that and then pass it through and all these things. So it's a nuance, if you will, that when you get into that, you may find that by being able to assess premises, you may have more acceptability of a proposed mechanism than just going a property assessment, that type of thing. And that's why I brought that up, because it is relevant when you get into those subtleties about which mechanisms may suit Carson City better than others.
Okay. On page 4, that same report, back to equity, the second bullet point there, 411 for us. Using a differentiated assessment based on multifamily versus single family could help address equity. What is differentiated assessment?
Okay. So let's assume that we set up some kind of a system there where we were assessing properties for the benefits. And one way that you could do that is to look at the number of trips generated by properties. And this is fairly common to do that type of assessment. And you could make it very complex and have, at one end of the spectrum, do every single individual property. You have to come in and assess that individually. That's unmanageable. At the other end of the spectrum is to have land use classifications. For instance, you could say residential. We know from our statistics that residentially, every residential property generates about this amount of traffic, and that's how we're going to proportion their particular share of the fee. But if you do that, then you start to cluster in multifamily and single family. And we do have evidence, for instance, that single family residential properties on average generate more traffic than a multifamily residential unit. And so it's not too difficult within the residential class to say we are going to do a certain rate for single family residential versus multifamily residential. And in some communities, they like that idea because if the statistics are showing that generally multifamily residential, which are typically, not all the time, occupied by folks with lower incomes, it kind of recognizes that. It treats them more equitably than just using a one-size-fits-all. Does that answer your question?
Yep.
Okay.
Good enough. I think that's it.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other members have general questions? Okay, then maybe we want to work on, so we have lots of options here to discuss, but there's also the option of we continue to do nothing. I'm just being honest, right? We continue to kick the can down the road, as many communities do, because politics does take a part in this, right? Because it's about going to the public and talking to them about increasing revenues. And I'm not going to say that just doing the water and sewer, rate increases. It's difficult, but it's whether or not at this point, are we prepared to continue to vet this and to put some options out there and start discussing it with the public? I know none of us at this point are saying we're supporting any one item. Is there several of these that you like that staff should work on and begin to workshop with the public? Because I think the public engagement, to me, is the most important thing we have in this entire process. So, Ms. Schutte, you might take a stab at it.
Awesome, thank you. First of all, I think the biggest takeaway from this very comprehensive and well-written report is the idea that we need to diversify in terms of our funding sources for several reasons. There is the equity in terms of one's socioeconomic status. There's the how often people use the roads, single family versus multifamily, all of that. On page 365, I just really love what was written. Transportation is innately personal. Each of us experiences the transportation network through our own unique lens of our daily activities. And so further down it says whether a person uses the roads on a daily basis to provide housekeeping services or whether a retired person uses the roads a few times a week, taxpayers and visitors expect access to transportation facilities 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And for this reason, we need to come up with some funding options. I think about the fact that thankfully cars are getting more fuel efficient. That's a good thing. But what we have based funding for our transportation systems on the fuel tax is no longer a workable process. We want roads that work, and that's a huge issue. And so regardless of one's background and one's politics in terms of taxes and all of that, the reality is we want nice roads, and that costs money. And so I really encourage this board to support and ask the staff to continue working on this and with the idea of the diversity. And my number one note, now it's in my pile, so I will find it again and I will come back to my top three. Sorry.
That's perfectly okay. That's all right. I cheated and brought that page forward, photocopied it and put asterisks so I could do my, it's like, I'm not looking for it. I know I'll be looking for it. Yeah. Mr. Jones, did you have thoughts?
Well, we can't ignore it.
Right.
That's the bottom line. We can't ignore it. We have to continue to move forward. And I think it would be probably incumbent upon the staff at this time to maybe come up with maybe 4 or 5 of the best options instead of 9 or 10 that we have now, before we start really discussing options. That's.
I think that's exactly what we're looking at, Stan. And so I have my little asterisks. So if you want me to start, just to get the
ahead.
conversation going.
Go.
I admit I made my own photocopy and did this. So, and in keeping with what we discussed at the RTC, we kind of vetted through these as ideas and really wanted to concentrate on legislation that already exists. Creating new legislation did not seem like the path forward for all of us. It was like, that's going to really get the public going and spend time in an area that's not getting us to the end goal. So we liked the General Improvement District, just your first option up there, continuing to vet the program of local improvements, the transportation sales tax, the 377A component, which requires a vote, but also to add on to this list that's not there, the 377B 110, which is the 1/8 cents conversion from the V&T to make it now a transportation tax, because that one's also available. So those are the 4 that kind of look, not the easy, yeah, the most presentable to the public and the easier way to have discussions with the public. So those are my 4 to suggest that staff continue to work on. Supervisor White, your
Thank
thoughts?
you. You know, I'm going to have to default to the earlier position today most of the board members took. I don't have an answer.
It's tough. These are tough issues. You're right.
I can't tell you
Yeah, they're tough.
what we need to do, but what I see here is we're making 2.8 million a year now. Every one of these options, the best we get is another 6, which is nowhere near the projected 20.6 annually to just continue to fail, or 34.5 to actually get where we need to be. I think we already kind of have a pulse from the community, from prior events that we've had. This community believes that streets need to be a priority. I don't know how we get there, but I can tell you we're not going to get there until we decide to fairly tax all of our users that use the pavement. That includes the non-fossil fuel users, the non-motorized users, all of the users. We can't get there. We're going to have to decide as, I just lost his name, the Nevada Builders Alliance.
Aaron?
Aaron West.
Mr. West said, we're going to have to decide, are we building streets or are we building parks? Do we want to put this money in usable pavement, or are we going to keep building sidewalks that don't get used very much, flower beds, all this other stuff? I mean, yeah, those are nice. They make your city beautiful. They make people want to come here. But we're going to have to make a decision whether we build the extras or we build pavement. We have to make that decision. That's a bigger decision than where we're going to get the money, in my opinion.
Are you opposed to staff continuing to work on the 4 options, the other discussion? You're not?
No, no, no,
Okay.
no. No, we gotta keep going. I just don't know
Discussion-
where to tell them to go.
Right, the other discussion is the complete street concept is what you're talking about. And I think that's a bigger discussion, and we certainly have opportunities to prioritize, just like we do pavement management, where we're prioritizing which street we're gonna do next. We also have the opportunity to say, we're not gonna, we're gonna concentrate our efforts in this arena, and those are gonna become sideline, or they're gonna become 10% of a project maximum line, that. And those are things we can discuss to say, maybe I don't wanna go with 0, because there might be something you really need to do,
Right.
but maybe we have a policy of, like I said, a maximum of 10%. But that is another discussion we could have. Interesting. Supervisor Shooty?
I think talking about parks and beautification measures is a false choice with roads, especially if then we need more roads to get folks to the hospital because of, that's a whole different conversation. My top 3 is the program of local improvements, road utility fee, and the transportation sales tax. As I said before, I think we need to diversify. I think it would be appropriate to have several sources of revenue, especially in light of the critical need we have and the importance of roads, whether it is by car, by bicycle, motorcycle, whatever. It is a critical part of our community, how we live, safety for police and fire, for groceries, for deliveries, all of the above. And so, but community is certainly, roads are a part of community. And so as such, we as a community need to figure out a way to finance them, not at the expense per se of quality of life.
Are you back again, Mr. White?
Yeah,
Nothing for Mr. Jones?
just a
Okay.
clarification, when I said building parks, I didn't mean quit building parks like at Parks and Rec. I meant quit building things that require us to go out there and do continual maintenance. I'm more interested in building
Planters.
utilitarian facilities that get us done. I don't want to just put down a strip of asphalt and say we're good with it, but like, for instance, what went on with South Carson Street. We're gonna spend a ton of money down there maintaining that. We're not meeting our basic need in the asphalt department. And so if we can't meet that, I'm not into building flower beds along next to our asphalt. I didn't mean parks in the realm of Parks and Rec, because I'm into that.
Oh, absolutely, and I didn't take it as that. I just really think that, but thank you for clarifying. I just really think that, and part of all of these, or many of these, when I was reading the fine print, a huge conversation to this board is about visitors and about tax dollars and heads in beds and opportunities and restaurants and all of that. And it is really important that not only the citizens of Carson City contribute to our roads, but that our visitors contribute to our roads. And so that's why I feel very strongly about the need to look at this in the big picture realm. We want visitors to come here. We want them to spend their money and enjoy their visit. And if we can have a varied approach, I think it will justify the money and further highlight the important reasons behind the beautification and the corridor projects and the reasons behind them. And I appreciate it, thanks.
You're okay. Can I clarify with you, because I
Kenny,
thought I heard
Kenny.
you,
Kenny. Kenny,
Sheriff, something.
don't start without me.
Oh.
I
Bye.
got 2 o'clock.
We're going to be there, or he is. I just want to clarify, because one of the priorities that you selected was the road utility fee. So you want to seek new legislation? Because that, we cannot implement that. You meant the local improvement in the GID, right? Like we did at RT, I'm just clarifying. Because that road utility fee would require legislation.
Oh, you're right. I
Okay, it's
actually
okay.
highlighted the wrong thing, so I'm
I don't think that's what she meant, but I'll double check.
obliged. Thank you.
No problem. We're a team. Watch out for us. Supervisor Jones, were the options of the general improvement, programs of local improvement, and the 2 sales tax options something you feel we should continue down the path to start addressing with the public and have staff put some effort into it?
Yes, I certainly do. And I agree with what Supervisor White said. We got to get all vehicles taxed, not just some and some exclusions. We have to. But I'd like to make one comment. You know, I know he and I have a very diverse impression on streets. I like South Carson. I like Main Street. And I think it's part that draws people to this community. What we're addressing here is neighborhood streets, and we're not going to do that in the neighborhoods. I think the parts that attract people to our town, that generate sales tax, on and on, I'm all for beautification. But we're talking primarily residential areas now, and I agree with you, Maurice.
Well, and don't get me wrong, those are beautiful streets, but we're not meeting our pavement needs. We need to meet our pavement needs before we build the fluff.
He's saying for further,
I'm
yeah.
trying to not live with more of it.
And I think that discussion that you just had, Supervisor Jones, we certainly had at RTC as to whether or not we were going to dedicate these funds to solely be, I call them neighborhood streets, because frankly, I'm sorry, but our regional roads are still my local roads. So I really prefer to say my neighborhoods. And so do we want to dedicate potentially all the funding? So these are further discussions we can have later, but I want you to be thinking of these ideas if you're out talking in the public and doing presentations and asking, you know, what your friends and neighbors and Kiwanis and everywhere that you go when you're talking, should we dedicate this funding solely to neighborhood roads so that it's forced into, it gets its share, and then the other money that the current taxation methodology stays on our regional roads? So I just give that to you as a thought process, or whether we do a 75-25 split, just kind of keep that in your mind and start thinking on whether or not we want to dedicate it to neighborhoods. So we're not going to do that today, because all that was necessary for today. And unless I'm mistaken, staff has enough information to pursue the general improvement districts, the program, local, and the 2 sales tax options are what we're most interested in you furthering the work. I know, like you don't have enough work to do, but
Nothing but time, Madam
there
Mayor.
you go, nothing but time.
No, I appreciate the comments. These are great comments, and I didn't expect that we would come and have an answer.
Right.
I will just say that this discussion is happening all over the country, and it takes really daring leadership to have that conversation openly. Staff really appreciate the direction, and we will take this back and come back to you and the Regional Transportation Commission soon.
And one of the things there, I told someone I would bring this up, is when we start vetting these, if we could make a couple of potential public access points at night.
So we'd had people before tell us that, why don't you have nighttime meetings? We do when it can be fruitful. And so I would just like to recommend to staff that this potentially would be a major public issue and more engagement. It doesn't mean they'll come, but I would like to recommend that we put a couple of nighttime contact points.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right, then we're going to move on to agenda item 18. City manager, do you have anything to report under this item?
No items for no, nothing to report.
Blah, blah, blah. It's definitely getting there for lunchtime, huh? Any member of the board have anything they need to share under this item? Supervisor Schutte.
Thank you. Last Thursday, I toured the detention facility, and I had years ago in leadership, but it was definitely wonderful to tour again with a very specific checklist. And I first of all have to give a shout out, and I don't want to forget anyone, to Sergeant Spiegel, Sergeant Riggin, Support Specialist and it's BEUGE, APRN Charlene Forschler, and Deputy Casanata for the really an insightful tour. It's amazing what the jail staff does with the numbers of inmates, the varied needs, medical, mental health, just all the above. And it was quite impressive. So I have this, the inspection form, and I'll be getting that back to them today. But a huge thank you, and definitely to Captain Mays and Under Sheriff Krimka as well. And of course, Mr. Furlong.
Thank you. Does Mr. White, were you going to give a shout out?
Oh, for
Yes, or I'll do
Krista
it.
Palmer.
There you
Yes.
go. I thought you were going to.
Thank you for reminding me.
Yes.
Yeah, hometown girl took bronze in Tokyo, and she's back home. In fact, yesterday, I think it was, they did a big celebration down at the swimming pool in Gardnerville.
That's Sunday.
Her home pool.
Sunday is the swimming pool celebration.
Oh, this coming Sunday.
This
Oh,
coming
I thought
Sunday.
They did it yesterday. Oh, okay.
At, oh shoot, was it
And
4 to
beyond
6?
that,
2 to 4?
I think
6:30.
it's time that we brought public comment back on each agenda item. And I would like to see about moving that forward and making an agenda item if that's what we need to do.
Thank you. Anybody else have a comment to make? It's not going to come out either for me.
Whoops. I have one more, sorry.
No, it's fine.
I just really want to applaud this group. We really have very varied perspectives and points of view, and I really appreciate the dialogue and the honest and open back and forth. I think it leads to great discussion, which leads to the brainstorming and ultimately a better product. So I just thank this board so much, and it's an honor really to work with everyone. And I wish Supervisor Giomi was here as well, because, yeah, it's
Good team.
Yay team.
Good team.
Wish we could talk to one another
I do too.
better outside the board deal, you know? And
Can't do
anyway,
it.
I know,
Can't do it.
I know.
Okay, nothing anybody else has to share. With that, we're going to go to final public comment. Is there anyone on the phone?
There are no callers on the line at this time.
Thank you so much. All final public comment. Ms. Akers?
Okay, Nikki Aker, Director of Carson City Health and Human Services, and I just wanted to real quickly, so Supervisor White, thank you for bringing up the Village on Sage Street. We actually have worked with them in the past, and I got on their website, so I want to inform all of you and the public that they have virtual tours so you can get on the internet and do a virtual tour. And on that virtual tour, they also have 2 in Sacramento, which I was not aware of. So I welcome you all giving any comments. I welcome the public getting on those virtual tours and giving comments, and hopefully we can help in some way with our homelessness.
Great, thank you so much. Do I have any other public comment? Okay, with that, we're adjourned. Thank you all for a good meeting. Good job.